The All in Fostering Futures helps move the foster care system to a better expectation. The expectation that children will thrive when they leave the government system, but when they don't, we have a network of nonprofits, churches, businesses, and other alumni who all make a difference and all
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Senate Study Committee on Foster Care and Adoption. I'm going to ask Senator Robertson to open us up with prayer.
If everyone would please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, we humbly approach you, Lord God, as your servant today. And we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to serve you and to serve the citizens of Georgia. God, please remind us today as tragedy impacts our country once again, as tragedy has impacted our brothers and sisters in the Middle East, that, Lord God, we are imperfect, and without you, we are nothing. And God, please remind us today to keep our hearts open and our minds open throughout this testimony and throughout the work that we are doing that is so important to the children of Georgia. God, we ask for every blessing in the name of your Son who sacrificed his life for us, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Senator. And thank you for helping with the arrangements for our meeting today. Much appreciated. We've been traveling on our Senate committees all over the state. So we're happy to be in Columbus today. And I also want to thank Dr. Todd, and she's going to come and speak to us in just a minute, the president of the college. Just a couple things before we get started. I want to recognize Commissioner Gross, raise your hand. Yeah, thank you for being here, and your staff as well. DHS staff, raise your hand. Okay, perfect. Housekeeping items. Restrooms are outside and go left. We're going to have lunch when we finish the meeting, and everyone's welcome for that. The other thing is we're on a tight schedule today. We have an aggressive agenda. Someone pointed out to me earlier, but we've got a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. So it's important that we hear from as many people and gain as much knowledge as we can before we make our recommendations. We do have a hard stop at 1 o'clock. This meeting is being live streamed, and the presentations, you don't have to take frantic notes because they will be available on the study committee website after the meeting. Give it a few days, but you'll be able to access all the presentations. Those of us on the committee will be possibly craning our necks, although we do have some of the handouts in our packet. So take a look at those and you'll know whether you need to turn around or not. Tentative date for our next meeting is the Monday after Thanksgiving, which I do believe is the 27th of November. And that'll be a wrap-up meeting. That's not confirmed yet, but that's just the tentative last meeting, and that'll be in Atlanta. So with that, Dr. Todd, you want to come and have a seat and give us a brief summary of what you got going on here? And thank you again for hosting us.
Good morning. I think you can probably hear me without this, but I'll use this and make sure everyone back here can hear me as well.
Well, for purposes of the live stream.
That's right. Well, yes, thank you so much for coming to Columbus Tech. Thank you, Senator Robinson, for having the idea, but thank you all for being here today. Thank you all. We welcome you. We hope you enjoy our campus and our facilities while you're here. If there's anything you need, please let one of us know. We are very happy to have you here today. Columbus Tech is one of the 22 institutions in the technical college system of Georgia. We are a single campus institution. We have about 4,500 students in any given year. Our promise to the community is that we're going to develop the workforce that's needed in the area that we serve. We serve 6 counties, the largest of which is Muskogee, where we're located today, Harris, Talbot, Stewart, Quitman, and Chattahoochee County, which is where Fort Moore is located down in South Columbus in that area, in Chattahoochee County. We are very proud of our job placement rate for our graduates. Our job placement rate last year was 99.1%. It is annually between 98 and 100% for our graduates. And our graduates who have an associate's degree will earn on the average $8,500 a year more than they would have earned with just a high school diploma. So we're very excited about the millions of dollars that pours back into primarily the local economy and the state economy here in Georgia, because most of our graduates do stay here. I put a little bit of information on the table in front of you about some of the programs that we have. You just have a very high level overview on that card. But we're very excited that in November, we will be holding a ribbon cutting for a renovated facility in this building, where we will be expanding tremendously our culinary arts program, which is a workforce that's in very high demand here in our area. And we will be opening very shortly in November the commercial truck driving facility that we have constructed in South Columbus, right near the entrance to Fort Moore, where we already have more than 100 students on the waiting list for that program. And we're very excited that we'll be able to provide additional members into the workforce for an area that you all know, I'm sure, is very much in high need here and statewide. And actually, students who live in Georgia, who are Georgia residents and eligible for the HOPE grant and the HOPE Career Grant, will be able to complete that program in 4 weeks for $32. And will be able to enter the workforce very quickly with a salary that's in $55,000 to $65,000 range. So Columbus Tech really does our best to support our students so that they can get the education and training that they need to get a job, build a career, support their families, and give back to the communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you for coming to Columbus Tech.
Thank you, Dr. Todd, and we all know that workforce is the #1 thing we hear about as we travel around the state, and the technical college system is such a key part of that. So thanks very much for the work that you're doing. Okay, next we're going to ask Lenine Lanier from DHS to come down and give us an overview from the standpoint of DHS about what's going on in the world of adoption, since this meeting is not exclusively, but is focused on adoption. Thanks for being with us. And you all do have this.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, here we go. Good morning again. My name is Lenine Lanier, and I serve as the Senior Director for Safety and Permanency for the department. I've been with the department for 29 years, and thank you for this opportunity to present before you again today our work that we're doing around adoptions. So as many of you may know, when we are get engaged with the family, our ultimate goal is, of course, to have that child remain in the community with their family. And when that is not possible, and the child must enter foster care, then our ultimate goal again is to ensure that we reunify that child timely with their family. And if we can't do that safely, then of course, one of the options is for us to pursue adoptions for that child. And adoption is a legal process that we have to sever rights of the parents, and that is one of the most serious actions that we can take as a department, and that is terminating parental rights for a child. And in that process, we then complete another legal process, which does involve providing another legal family for that child through the adoptions process. Okay, so we wanted to touch on our role in private adoptions. Our role overall in private adoptions is minimal. We rely on our legal department, our attorneys, our child placement agencies who actually conduct our private adoptions. Our role primarily as a department is what we call our interstate compact and placement of children. We are required to ensure that children leaving Georgia for the purposes of adoption or coming into Georgia for the purposes of adoption follow the compact requirements. And again, that is a legal responsibility. We ensure that the requirements that's needed for that child to be finalized with the private adoption occurs with utilizing the attorneys that request our support regarding the review of the actual process for the private adoptions. There are times when the agency gives custody to a relative for the purposes of adoption, and those adoptions are handled by the family privately outside of the department. But we may facilitate maybe connecting that family with an attorney who will then facilitate that process for the family. The data that you're seeing here presents the information that we actually do receive regarding private adoptions. This isn't an all-inclusive list. There are private adoptions that occur in Georgia that we're, as I stated, that we're not involved in. But this gives you an idea of the adoptions that occur, that we may get a request from the family to maybe have non-recurring supports through our post-adopt services. They may come to us requesting supports if the family's in crisis. In addition, we may provide, we receive information from our courts, juvenile court, regarding when adoption has actually been finalized, and we may receive a decree from juvenile court. But our overall responsibilities for private adoption, as I indicated, it is actually a minimum responsibility, because we rely again on the private attorneys to kind of facilitate that along with our child custody agencies. So the public adoptions, these are adoptions that we are actually responsible for. These are the adoptions that we actually facilitate. We wanted to do a 5-year look back to give you an idea of our success regarding adoptions. You will see in 2019, we actually had the highest number of adoptions, which was a little over 1,400 adoptions. We started our trend down in 2020 up to 2022, and of course we had to adjust our practice because of the pandemic, but we remain steady around that 1,200 range for adoptions, and we appear to be on an upward trend. We're hopeful that we will continue the upward trend in terms of our finalizations for the adoptions that we are actually responsible for. We will see in 2023 we had 1,275 adoptions that we actually finalized. We wanted to depict the children who are eligible for adoption by age, and you will see that the children 0 to 5, we have 589 children who are currently available for adoption. Our highest category are our children who are between 6 and 12 years old, where we have 632 children. And of course, the older the child is, you'll see that we have 43 17-year-olds that are currently in the agency's custody that's available for adoption. So I wanted to take some time to actually walk through the adoptions process for you. When a permanency plan is established that a child is actually, that we're pursuing the plan of adoption, there is, as I stated before, a legal services request that must occur, and that is a process that the worker is responsible for completing what's called a TPR packet that we submit to our SAG. And then the SAG in turn will complete the petition petition to actually request for the request for the termination of parental rights. Court hearing, I will mention that this is considered one of our barriers, or one of the opportunities, I would say, in the process for us getting the child's case ready for adoption. There's a lot that comes into play in just with completing the information pertaining to the packet. There's a lot of document that's required. The SAG, depending on their capacity and the volume that they have to manage within their region, sometimes there's a delay. Sometimes it takes up to 6 months for us to actually get a child's case ready for court. And then we have the challenge of actually getting the court date scheduled. And sometimes the court dates can be scheduled as far out as 6 months, which significantly impacts our ability to get the child out of foster care timely. The next process that we must consider, and this is a non-negotiable, our child life history process. This is a process where we have to ensure that we're providing non-disclosures to the foster parent. All the information that we have available for the child, medical, dental, psychological, we are mandated to provide this information to the foster parent. This is another opportunity for us. We have significant challenges around developing or receiving the information pertaining to the child's medical history. The child, just to give you an example, the child may have multiple providers associated with that case. There may be multiple psychologists given the child's needs. That may be a challenge. And this creates a significant barrier when a worker is responsible for trying to identify where the child actually went for treatment, and then manage through the multiple requirements the providers may have in terms of the release of information process. So we don't have a streamlined or a systematic way of requesting information that's critical to ensuring that we are, adhering to the mandate of full disclosure to our caregivers. So this is a significant opportunity, I think, for us to consider, is trying to develop a way that we can provide supports to the workers who's responsible for gathering these documents for you. I've been with the agency for a very long time, and this has been a challenge for a very long time, just to give you an idea of how significant this is. So I wanted to give you an idea of the number of cases we currently have with the number of open adoption cases we currently have with requiring child life history. So you'll see that we currently have 296 cases where the child life history is required. And of that 296, we have 141 cases that's been referred to our private providers. And they are actively in the process of developing the final product for the child life history. The vendor has that we contract with 60 days to complete that information. We have 149 cases needed additional records to be collected before a referral can actually be made to our private provider that we contract with. So that's a significant number of cases that's waiting for additional documents. Just to highlight again how critical this concern is for us. We have 6 cases that the department is responsible for writing. We're responsible for writing children under the age of 1, the child life histories. Everything else we contract out. So 95% of the work we are contracting out to our partner providers. And then we have 37 cases where we have actually gone to court, terminated parental rights. That's currently under appeal. And sometimes these cases can last for a year or more in terms of just getting the case heard in appeal. So these are kids that are also waiting to be adopted. Next, we have, as part of the full disclosure, I should say, full disclosure for our adopted caregivers. We have the Form 49 that pretty much alerts the foster parent that yes, indeed, we are preparing this case for court for termination of parental rights. And then at that time, we can also submit the application for adoption assistance that will establish what the rate will be for the caregiver, and that's contingent upon the child's individual needs. And then there's the Form 150, where we have, we're informing the foster parent that the child, that we have indeed gone to court and they have the option of being considered as an adopted caregiver. And then the Form 151, where the adopted caregiver actually indicates whether they want to be considered as a resource. So a majority of our children are actually adopted by their current foster parents. And part of the process that we have to consider is ensuring that that parent is assessed, to ensure that they have considered the possibility of providing long-term care for that child. And part of that process is what we call the adoption consideration evaluation form that we have to complete for our caregivers. If we have an identified resource for the child, the process can go fairly quickly. We have a number of children that requires recruitment activities, which we partner with some of our provider agencies as well. We have resources such as Wednesday's Child that will kind of help leverage the child's availability for adoptions. And then after that, we then complete the child life history presentation to the foster parent, and then we, of course, move forward with the pre-placement staffings where we could develop a visitation plan with the caregiver, and then move forward with the actual signing of the adoption placement with the caregiver. At that time, we will submit the information to the caregiver to require or request that they contact their attorney. We provide recommendations for the caregiver. If they request that information, we do have attorneys that are adoption competent that we work with. However, this is not a mandate. They can, of course, select whatever attorney they choose to work with. The adoption is then prepared to be finalized in Superior Court. And I will highlight, just in terms of our legal challenges, that sometimes this can also be a barrier for us, just waiting for us to get an actual date for the adoption to occur. And as I indicated, the adoption does finalize in Superior Court. And to give you another data set point, in fiscal year 23, we had approximately 106 adoptions finalized on average each month. So children eligible for adoption and if they have an identified resource versus children with no identified resource. This chart pretty much indicates by age the children that are currently available for adoption. And you will see for our age group of 0 to 5, 63% of our children are actually placed with their identified resource. 37% are actually do not have an identified resource, and these are what we consider our children that will need recruitment. So part of the process, of course, is what I mentioned earlier, is the adoption assisted special needs criteria. And this just reflects the criteria for children who meet the requirements for adoption assistance. And that's a child who is in our public or private agency and has been in our legal custody for 24 consecutive months, a child who is a member of a sibling group, and a child with physical and emotional disabilities as validated by a physician or a psychologist. So this reflects our ongoing monthly adoption assistance. That includes our monthly monetary assistance. The child is eligible for Medicaid, and we have payment of non-recurring adoption-related expenses that can range up to $1,500 per child. Non-recurring only adoption assistance, and this is our private walk-ins. And what I was mentioning earlier about some of our involvement with our private adoptions, these are folks that can come in and if the child is eligible, can request our one-time non-recurring adoption assistance up to $1,500. So special services, families who are eligible for adoption assistance, of course, are also eligible for special services up to $3,000 per year per 12-month period. And this is just an example of the type of services that they qualify for. dental, respite therapy, and other services that they can't identify or locate in the community. So currently we have over 14,000 adoption assistance cases. Our adoption assistance payment expenditures for FY 23 was $105 million. Of that $105 million, $91 million was paid through our 40 funding, and 14 million was through state dollars. And our average monthly adoption assistance expenditure amount was a little over $8 million for FY 23. So this is just a breakdown of our basic AA rates. And we have our basic rates, and then we also have our specialized adoptions rate that's broken down by categories. Category 1, mild to moderate; category 2, serious to severe; and then category 3, medically fragile. I will highlight this as another opportunity for us. Just to note that our adoption assistance rates hasn't changed since 2009. But our other program areas have actually seen a steady increase ongoing. So referring to our foster care rates, our enhanced relative rate, our guardianship subsidy, but our AA rates have not seen a change, as I indicated, since 2009. And I will say that this can become an issue for some parents when we are looking to finalize an adoption and the child is eligible. Just to give you an example, child is eligible for basic foster care rates, and then we assess that child and determine, okay, yes, this child is also eligible for basic AA rates. We're looking at on average a $400 decrease from the child actually changing from a foster care program over to an adoption assistance program because the rates are significantly different. So I would just leverage that as another possibility for us to consider. For you to consider regarding the recommendations. This is just another view of the number of children that's receiving adoption assistance payments. And this is a steady increase in the children that's actually eligible and receiving adoption assistance, as you can see from our look back from 2021 up to 2023. So we do partner, as I indicated earlier, with some of our CPA provider agencies. This is a critical partnership for us. These agencies actually work with us on identifying families for our harder to place population. These are kids that have significant medical needs. They're designated as special needs based on our adoption assistance criteria. Youth 13 years or older in our sibling groups. And this is just a list of our current adoption services, partner agencies that we are currently working with. Financial incentives, just highlighting the monthly monetary assistance. The child is actually eligible for Medicaid non-recurrent adoption expenses. Youth adopted from DPACS after reaching age 13 they can receive adoption assistance and the Georgia tuition waiver through the Georgia tuition waiver program. And youth adopted from DPACS after reaching age 14 may be eligible for this program regardless of adoption eligibility. So again, just highlighting our partnership with our provider agency. These are just a list of some of our post-adoption services. We celebrate when a child is actually adopted, but we want to make sure that that family has the capacity to sustain the child in the home, and we're not looking at seeking that child later on as a re-entry into foster care. So we have developed these post-adopt supports that's reflected here on the screen to kind of help manage placement stability for these youth. And these services, I won't go through each one of them, but it provides in-home crisis intervention, support groups for teens, as well as clinical training for our social work and therapists who are trained to go to train other social workers on being adoption competent so that they can support these families to ensure that these kids are actually stable in these homes, and we, again, don't have to consider re-entries for this population of youth. And one of the things that I would note before I end is that the department is actively looking at leveraging technology opportunities to try to determine where we have duplicates of services in terms of the adoption process. We've already began looking at mapping out our process from beginning to end and looking for opportunities to enhance our practice. And again, what other supports can we provide that will help us to ensure that we are getting children adopted as quickly as possible. So with that, I'll open it up. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for your concise presentation of a really complicated process. I have one question for you, and I think we've already covered this in the previous meeting. How long do the adoption assistance payments go on?
So the adoption is, if the child remains in school, and I'll have to verify this for you, but if the child continues to remain in school, the adoption assistance payments will end at age 19, but the Medicaid supports will continue through age 21.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the committee?
Good morning, thank you for being here. And you're talking about earlier, as far as courts, as adoption is finalized in Superior Court, and you said you have no control over how long that might take. What is the average wait time for Superior Court here across the state?
So that is a question that was posed to us. We actually talked through this on yesterday, and that is a challenge for us because we haven't tracked that specifically, but there is a way that we actually can pull that information. It just will be a manual process for us. So I can absolutely get that information back to you to give you an idea of how long that process is taking. And it's not consistent. Like some regions are actually doing a really good job because it is a celebration, but then there are others that it's taking quite some time.
And it'd be something where they bring the right to that we need to move those
Yes.
along that need to be moved along. Though, right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
See that? Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, ma'am. My OCD kicked in on one of these, your adoption process, where you talked about 296 open adoption cases where documents were needed within the state. Of this number, 141 and then 149, my Harris County map brings that up to 290. And then you said in 6 cases, the county was writing the CLH. Is that 6 included in the 190?
That 6 should not be included in the 190.
Okay, well, that pushes us out to the 196 number, and then it said in the remaining 37 cases.
So, well, right, so there are 37 cases, but those are 37 cases that have active appeals. That's out of the child life history category. That's a separate data set.
So that data set is not included in the 296 data
That's
set.
correct.
Okay, thank you. And on the assistance expenditures, something that I think Chair Kirkpatrick alluded to, is there a financial disclosure requirement through the state's adoption process where we know what the family's financial circumstances are prior to the child being adopted?
Yeah, that is part of the actual adoption assistance application.
Does that impact whether the family receives adoption assistance or not?
It does not.
So if a family that has a substantial income wants to adopt, they are still eligible for the state funding?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned on the process that it was a long time back, it's hard to get information like medical information. So what would your recommendation be to us about how to improve that if you could do the magic wand?
if I could do the magic wand. So if we could have, and this would require a magic wand, but if we could have a systematic way of having like a repository for all children that are in our care, we're responsible for, that we could go and pull this information out instead of having to go to 100 different providers to look for individual type documents. There is no systemic, look, there is no statewide process that's developed that require the medical providers, the psychologists, the therapists to actually provide information in, like I said, in one place. So that really is what the significant barrier is for us, is knowing who these providers are and then following what their individual processes may be for their particular practice. So if we could have a system where there is a requirement for everyone to follow the same process. I mean, that would be beneficial for kids in care, but also kids who are not in care. It's just kind of all over the place right now.
Follow-up question on that. So Shines is supposed to be where that information can be stored, right?
Mhm.
Is it just that it's not in there, or the system can't allow easy access to it, or?
Well, if we have access to the information, then yes, we can upload that information into Shines. The challenge that we're having is we don't actually have the information, because the challenge is requesting it, not receiving it, or requesting it in the provider refusing to provide it. So we don't have the information to actually put into the system.
Very good. One other question. What percentage of children that enter DFACS custody in some way result in a permanency through adoption?
What percentage? I don't want to misquote that, so I would have to pull that information. So you need the percentage of children entering foster care, and out of that number, how many actually finalized? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Mhm. I just had a couple of follow-up questions about the funding, the adoption assistance. Now, you said that it hasn't been adjusted since 2009, is that correct? That's correct. And was it adjusted up in 2009, I'm guessing? Because I know that I think I know, you can confirm for me. In 2009, the non-recurring one-time adoption assistance was decreased from $2,000 to $1,500. Is that accurate? Yes. So was the monthly adoption assistance increased to your knowledge in 2009? I don't have a response to that. Well, and I think your point was, it hasn't moved since 2009, but I know that in 2009, the one time went down. The special services adoption assistance, the $3,000 that the family can access once in a 12-month period, is that funded? Is that something that families can actually access, or is that just an? Oh, no, they actually can access that, yes. If they're eligible for the adoption assistance, and if they can't identify the supports that they need in their community through other resources, then yes, they can access that $1,000 for that one-time special services. Okay, thank you so much. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we move to, Tim Keller is next. I wanted to introduce a couple of our judges that are here, Judge Key and Judge Penn. If you could raise your hands. Thank you for being with us. And I also didn't allow the committee members to introduce themselves. We all know each other, so we forget that I forget sometimes. So not everybody knows the committee members. So Senator Robertson, could you just briefly introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Senator Randy Robertson, District 29. I represent all of Truth County, Meriwether County, Harris County, and all of North Columbus.
Good morning, I'm State Senator Tim Jackson. I represent portions of DeKalb and Gwinnett County. I also am a new parent. I have a 2-year-old and I've only had him for 3 months, so I don't know how to get up in the middle of the night yet.
I can give you lessons. My name is Chuck Hayden. I serve in the state senate to represent the 54th Senate District, which is Whitfield County, Murray County, and Gordon County. And so I may have gotten the traveling purpose this morning.
Could be. Okay, Kirkpatrick, Senate District 32, Cobb and Cherokee counties.
Bob Ruder Madsen, Faithbridge Foster Care CEO. We do in-home foster care, adoptions, child life histories. We have an online learning platform called Faithbridge U, and we just started a new program that I'm really excited about for youth aging out of care called Opportunities.
I am Julie Wasowski. I'm a private adoption attorney. I do a lot of foster care adoptions, do a lot of training with foster parents. And I'm currently the president of the Georgia Council of Adoption Lawyers in the state of Georgia. It's a professional organization, and happy to serve you.
Thank you. And we also have staff supporting us from the Senate, from Senate Research. We've got legislative counsel here, Holly Carter, Lexi, who's handling all of our AV things, and then Hannah Holcomb, who's the new version of Scott. So, okay, so Mr. Keller, welcome.
Great. Great, thank you so much for. Is it on? There we go. Got it. Well, good morning. My name is Tim Keller. I serve as the Senior Vice President and Litigation Director at the Center for the Rights of Abused Children. We're based in Arizona, but we do work nationally and at the congressional level as well. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning, trust the members of the committee. My role at the center includes overseeing our children's law clinic, where we represent pro bono children who are in foster care, as well as foster parents, kinship placements, and bio parents who need assistance in their individual cases. Both of those cases are in Arizona, but we do litigate cases all across the country. So our services are available nationwide. And of course, we do policy work as well, which is the primary focus of our discussion here this morning. Our mission is to protect children, change laws, and inspire others. That mission is driven by our conviction that all children deserve a safe and loving home. In preparation for this morning, I wanted to make sure I had at least some sense of what's going on here in the state of Georgia. So I looked at a couple of resources to try and familiarize myself with what's going on so that I could offer some ideas to improve permanency outcomes for children here in the state. One of the sources that I looked at was the most recent report filed in an ongoing federal lawsuit involving Fulton and DeKalb counties, where the court is overseeing a number of outcomes that the state has agreed they would aim to achieve before they would be released from court oversight. And a couple of those stood out to me. Obviously, I'm not going to go through all of the categories. But one was the description in the most recent report of a placement crisis. The report talked about the lack of willing and appropriate placements for older youth with complex needs. It noted a 20% decrease in the availability of defects, family-like settings in the reporting period. So there were more families exiting foster care as foster parents than there were folks coming in the front door. And it noted that a continued need for a deep and focused attention on the array of placement options for children and youth with complex needs. It also noted that there were more children entering foster care than exiting foster care in the most recent reporting period. And that the rate of children exiting care has slowed in this most recent period, at least in those two counties that are involved in the ongoing litigation. And of course, the result being that children are experiencing longer durations of time in foster care. And as we were just discussing a moment ago, that the timely finalizations of adoptions and guardianships had dropped to an all-time low. And then, of course, DFACS also had recently put up some data and information showing that they were not meeting their own internal permanency guidelines. there were 3 measures that the DFACS had looked at, and the result was that they were not meeting any of those 3 categories. And then I wanted to look and see how Georgia was doing with compliance with federal law. The Federal Adoptions and Safe Families Act requires that services be put in place to try and reunify families within the first 15 months of a child being placed in foster care. It requires that the state hold a permanency hearing within 12 months. Under federal law, if the child's been in foster care for 15 out of 22 months, federal law says that the state shall file a petition to terminate parental rights unless the child is being cared for by a relative, or the court finds a compelling reason that termination is not in the child's best interest, or that the state has not provided the required services within the required deadlines. One of our friends, the national level, the American Enterprise Institute, did a state-by-state report card to see how states were doing complying with federal timeframes, and particularly the measures I just talked about. The report was released earlier this year in March of 2023, and Georgia ranked 34 out of 50 states for compliance with federal guidelines, the measures I just talked about. So it strikes me that where we need to focus our discussion today is on increasing the number of placements available for children and improving those permanency timeframes. So this was the conclusion of the ongoing litigation report that I mentioned that I reviewed prior to coming to the state. It says the timely finalization of guardianships and adoptions following a termination of parental rights is paramount in mitigating trauma and ensuring children achieve permanency so that they do not age out of foster care with no legal parents. Now, there are some strong laws in place already in Georgia that I think are important to permanency. The first is that you have a requirement that DFACS conducts an immediate relevant search when a child enters foster care. The requirement is that that will be done within the first 30 days. You also have the Family and Child Stability Act, which I'll mention briefly, and you also have a law in the books that allows for the restoration of parental rights for older youth who have been in care for a period of time when the circumstances have changed and the parents are deemed safe. All of which are great. Your immediate relative search, again, when a child comes into care, DFACS is required to complete, document in writing, and file with the court within 30 days what they have done to conduct a diligent search for relatives. This was a law that we had passed in Arizona. My organization also helped pass this law here in the state of Georgia. In Arizona, after we passed it, what we determined was that simply filing the reports with the court weren't enough. We really needed to beef up the law. So actually this past session, we went in and we required the court to make specific findings that our Department of Child Safety in Arizona had actually conducted and completed the relevant search before things could proceed. Maybe worth looking to see, conducting an audit here in the state to determine whether or not the 30-day requirement is being complied with, and perhaps empowering courts to make findings that, if that diligent search wasn't conducted, that reasonable efforts had not been made towards permanency. You also have a law that says that if a child has been in a placement for 12 months, that there is a presumption in place that placement is the best, it will be the best place for that child in the future. And that absent a finding that it's in the child's best interest to move that child, if DFACS tries to move the child after 12 months, that DFACS has failed to make reasonable efforts to finalize the permanency plan, which is a hefty penalty because that involves the withholding of federal funds if that finding is made in that case. So this is a really important law to ensure that children aren't moved unnecessarily, and provides a nice incentive to DFACS to find safe and suitable relevant placements as quickly as possible. And then this is a law that can really serve as a model, not just for Georgia, but also for the nation. When children remain in care for a long period of time with no prospective adoptive placement, if circumstances have changed, parents have been able to overcome the reasons the child was in care in the first instance, there is a process here in the state to restore parental rights. So I brought you this morning 10 ideas for improving permanency outcomes in the state. Attorneys for children, reducing court delays, ensuring infant adoptions in a year, streamlining adoptions for older youth, expediting foster licensing in ways similar to kinship can sometimes be expedited, eliminating regulations that are unrelated to child safety in the licensing of foster parents, how to retain foster parents, streamlining the process for former foster parents, interstate reciprocity, and recruiting empty nesters. So let me go through these quickly. I want to respect time. One of the big pushes that the Center for the Rights of Abused Children has made in Arizona and nationwide is the push to ensure that all children in foster care are represented by legal counsel. Here in Georgia, as I understand it, children are appointed an attorney who represents the child's best interests. We believe that the better practice is to appoint attorneys for children who represent their legal rights, who actually have an attorney-client relationship with the child, who owe the child a duty of loyalty. And in jurisdictions that have lawyers, studies have shown that they exit care up to 3.5 times faster. They experience fewer placements, they have more educational stability, and they see more services sought in court, including sometimes children's attorneys seeking services for parents. And there's one important bullet point I didn't include up here. These studies also tend to show across the board that there's no adverse effect on reunification rates. One of my favorite studies was of a firm in West Palm Beach, Florida, one of the few jurisdictions in that particular state that provides attorneys for children 0 to 12 who are in foster care. And again, these are the findings that resulted in that jurisdiction compared to the rest of the state. So some really important opportunities there. I also view it as an important accountability mechanism because you have somebody in the court trying to enforce some of the rights and timelines that exist in state and federal law. In Arizona, we've really worked to reduce court delays. One of the things that we've done is we've required that if a party wants to extend a case past state and federal timelines, that they actually must show that there are extraordinary circumstances to justify any delay over 30 days. We require that there be substantial evidence presented to the court that the continuance is in the child's best interests. In Arizona, we've when we started our work 5 years ago, the average time for an infant to be adopted was 2 years, and we set a requirement in law that for every infant who is entering care, that the state maintain a goal of ensuring that that child is placed in a prospective adoptive placement within the first 12 months of the case. And we have been successful in meeting that metric in Arizona. We've significantly reduced the time to adoption for infants who are entering care. We've also worked to streamline the adoption process for older youth by putting in some timeframes around the home studies and the hearings that are involved for adopting older youth. And we define this as 16. So for a youth who is 16 and who is want to consent to the adoption, we require that the home study be done within 6 months, and that the hearing be set within 3 months after the completion of the home study. So we try to put some faster timelines around. Did I say months? I'm talking weeks. I'm sorry. 6 weeks for the home study. 3 weeks for the finalization of the adoption here. And then another thing that's worth doing is taking a look at state laws that allow for the expedited review and placement of children with kin, and seeing if there are any lessons that can be learned to streamline the same processes for licensing foster parents. There's no doubt that foster parents have to be thoroughly vetted, background checks. There's important trainings that they need to be provided. They need to understand what they're walking into when they agree to be a foster parent. I didn't mention this up front, but I'm a foster parent myself. My wife and I served as foster parents in Arizona for a number of years. Those experiences that led me to ultimately join the organization I'm currently with. But nevertheless, there are always barriers that can be reduced and ways to expedite licensing of foster parents. And typically those lessons can be learned from whatever processes already exist to expedite placement of children with kin. Talking about eliminating unnecessary barriers, this picture is of my colleague, Darcy Olson, who is the founder and president of the Center for the Rights of Abused Children. 4 of the children that she fostered and adopted, Darcy's actually had 10 babies in her home. And the reason why she's had babies is that when she originally applied to be a foster parent, she thought she would take an older child. But the room that she had did not have a separate closet. It had a wardrobe, it had a dresser, but because there was no closet, she wasn't permitted to take teenagers. So these are the sorts of barriers that can potentially be eliminated, reduced to open up the front door and recruit more families into foster care. But there's a bigger problem, in my opinion, than just the recruitment of families into the foster care system, the service placements. There's a much bigger back door that families are walking through. States all across the country are losing more families than they are bringing in that front door. So we've got to find ways to retain foster parents. There's 3 ways that I think we can do that: respect, rest, and re-engage. Many of the foster families who are interviewed as they're leaving say they just did not feel like they were respected by the agency through the process. So we've got to find a way to respect the hard work that foster parents do. But this is the real key, I think, is giving foster families an opportunity to rest after they've had a placement. So often, if you don't have a child in your care, agencies close licenses. They don't want to maintain open licenses. Finding a way to give parents an opportunity to put their license on pause, rest, restore themselves, and then re-engage in that process is really critical. We proposed laws in Arizona that would create a separate licensure category so families can take a moment and then reopen that license really easily. Maybe just reconduct that life safety inspection, make sure that nothing major has happened with the family, and get them back up and running. And if you don't want to give that separate licensure category an idea, maybe find a way to welcome former foster parents back into the fold. Another thing that surveys find is that many foster parents, after maybe after adopting a child or having closed their license 1 or 2 years later, would be very interested in coming back and serving it once again. But what they find is that in order to do so, they literally have to start from the very beginning and do everything over again, which can be a really daunting process to go through that home study process from start to finish, and 12 weeks of classes, the background checks, which are important. It's not a big deal, but finding ways to say, hey, if you've served previously, we have a process by which you can re-engage that doesn't require every single box be checked again. Something else to look into is reciprocity between states. This idea actually stems from a personal experience. My wife and I had an 8-year-old child in our care. She had been in care for 5 years. She'd entered when she was 3 years old. She had spent her entire life bouncing between group homes and shelters with her siblings. And once parental rights were terminated, they broke up the siblings and put them in family-like placements like our family. We were only the second family she'd ever lived with in her 5 years of foster care. And she just couldn't adjust to the number of kids we had. And the department decided she needed to be in a home with just one parent, which was a real difficult challenge. And ultimately, she ended up being profiled on a local television station. And the family that called in had been licensed in Illinois and had actually adopted 9 kids, but they weren't licensed in Arizona. Now, we found ways to make it work, and that is the family that was adopted, but if there'd been a reciprocity process, they would have been able to weigh in much quickly with the adoption. But she is doing really well with that family, by the way. All right. And my last idea, I can't resist the alliteration, so I said recruit retirees. But really the idea is to recruit empty nesters, older families like the one that adopted my boss placement that I just discussed. These are folks who have the experience. They've got the necessary life skills to come in and really help some of these kids, particularly some of the kids we talked about earlier who have real significant needs. And this may not be a law that you passed, but this is something that the agencies can do. This is something that we can pour some efforts into. Last slide. I know you'll have access to this. The underlined links are actually links to some of the bills that we passed in Arizona involving some of the ideas I've discussed quickly this morning. And then I've also got a link to our website because later this month or early next month, we'll be launching a number of toolkits and model legislation, many of which involve some of the ideas that I just discussed this morning, as well as a number of other ideas involving the reform of the foster care system that we've worked on in Arizona, regarding education of children, searching, trying to prevent missing and trafficked kids, finding missing and trafficked kids. So those will all be available very soon on our website. So just keep checking back on that, or I'd like to let somebody on the committee know that once those officially launch. So thank you so much. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions. I really like your idea about making it easier for foster parents to take a break and then come back. And I know the agency's been working on making that process easier for those parents. I believe that our kids in care have the right to an attorney in Georgia.
Yes. As I understand it, they're appointed an attorney who serves as a guardian ad litem, which means the attorney represents the child's best interest, which is different than what is sometimes referred to as a client-directed or expressed wishes model, where the attorney represents the child in the same way that an attorney would represent the parent in the case.
Okay, and then the other question that I had is we also have what we refer to as a shot clock type of report that has to do with the timeline to permanency. I haven't seen that yet, but I'll be looking into that because I agree with you that streamlining that process is really important. Other questions from the committee?
I just want to be clear, when you talk about streamlining the process, moving toward adoption, you are not, or are you talking about shortening the time that the state invests into reuniting the child with the family?
I am not.
So are you talking about once parental rights are terminated, then the clock starts then, and we start moving toward adoption?
Well, I'm talking about providing the appropriate services as soon as you can to parents to facilitate the reunification process. But there are still timelines involved in terms of how long you wait to terminate parental rights once those services have begun. Now, I mentioned like the little girl in my care who was in foster care for 5 years before the state decided to pursue termination of parental rights, which I would say is just far too long. So the services must be provided, but children shouldn't be forced to linger in foster care as well. So
And I don't think anybody would disagree with you on that. My concern is that each case is unique. And for someone to have lingered for 5 years, if there were appeals from the birth parents or from other family members that had to be processed through the court, sometimes those would factor into the time that it took to get to where we needed to get to. But in Arizona, is reunification the priority?
yes, I mean, reunification is always the priority.
Well,
there's
no,
no-
I understand
yeah,
it's
yeah.
Georgia, I just want to make
Well,
sure we
I mean,
were
that-
talking about apples and apples.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. In my organization believes that the best place for any child is with his or her mom and dad, or mom or dad, if they can be safely reunified. That's always the key priority. It's the priority in Arizona. It's our priority at the Center for the Rights of Abused Children. But at the same time, we believe that children do deserve timely permanency. That's really important to their identity to ensure that they have a permanent home where they can feel secure and safe in life. I think there's still.
Thank you. Yeah. So can you, to that end, can you speak to how Arizona is able to do an infant adoption in 1 year, while also making sure that the rights of the biological parents are not being infringed upon? How is that process possible?
Yeah, so the law is that they are in a prospective permanent adoption within 1 year. That is the goal that they must meet, that they're placed within a year in that prospective permanent adoptive home.
Thank you for coming from Arizona to talk to us. Is there any state doing reciprocity? Because that sounds like an awesome idea.
Yeah, I'm not aware of a single state that is doing reciprocity. Yeah.
I wanted to point out to the committee that you do have a document in your packet that's not related to anybody's PowerPoint, and it is from the National Conference of State Legislatures. And it's a summary of state efforts to streamline adoption processes. And whether any of those are worthy, I haven't really studied up on them yet, but that will be posted on the committee website for anybody to look at. Thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question?
Jacob, that's a quick question.
Quick.
What is your agency's definition of abuse child? Well, the reason I ask that is because.
Quick question.
Well, the reason I asked that question was I was a state probation officer for 30 years. And so that's one of the frustrations that we dealt with so many years is what is the definition of an abused child? Because there were so many kids that were in horrible situations with a parent who was just absolutely taking no personal responsibility for the child.
Yeah, it's not an easy question to answer quickly, but obviously there would be physical abuse, sexual abuse, but there would also be mental and emotional abuse that can occur as well. I think addressing the definitions of both abuse and neglect are really important because sometimes neglect can be a substitute for just taking a child because of poverty. There can be situations where that neglect is too low a bar. So I think ensuring that the definitions of when a child should be removed from a home are very clear, and it's not an easy answer, but
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cobb. Christine Dalton? Are you here? No. And then after Christine, we've got the one person on Zoom, Lynn Johnson.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Christine Dalton. I am a licensed clinical social worker, former foster parent, as well as an adoptive parent. And I was asked initially to come and share part of our story. I'd like to start by asking you to imagine that you're very cold. You just played outside in the snow all day long, you're soaked to the core, and you come in from the frigid temperature. You want nothing more than a warm shower and some hot cocoa. So when you come and find that shower running and a mug of steaming hot cocoa with whipped cream and even some sprinkles on top, your wishes came true. You jumped in that warm shower. Now, if any of us in this room have ever experienced that, you know that that warm shower you craved hurts. It stings. It burns. The thing that you crave so much hurt you. It's counterintuitive to how it should be. This is the story with which I'm going to share with you today about our adoption journey. While I understand my time is limited, I'm going to pack in as much of the details as I can to help you understand how our dream of adopting, providing a forever home for a child in need, caused such havoc in our lives, and truthfully, nearly cost me mine. I came from a home in which adoption was at the core. My mother was adopted, I had an older sibling who was adopted. I had a dream to adopt from a very young age. As a single person, I became a foster parent because I believed in this, and I went back to graduate school to get my master's in social work. When I tell you this history to tell you I was no stranger to adoption issues, to trauma, and all the topics that I thought would make me a good candidate to adopt a child. So after my husband and I were married for several years, we opened our home to fostering, which we did, and then we considered adoption. We took all the classes, read all the books, and approached our matching phase with great seriousness and thoroughness. We sat in our initial staffing, which you heard about earlier with now our son. We read all the histories, we asked some key questions, which I still recall. One of those, you read about the subsidy that has been increased since 2009, when our child was not matched with a base level subsidy. So his experience as a social worker and foster parent, I asked why? Because if the history you're telling me is true, this doesn't make sense. And the response I got was, oh, he just had a good caseworker. That may have been true, but in fact, our son had many, many, many caseworkers. Best I can tell from all the documents I read, close to 10. This is an area that needs attention. To maintain skilled caseworkers with a history in social work that really understand the dynamics. Speaking of the time my son was in foster care, we talked about that timeline today. It was 2.5 years before he moved into our home. His biological mother terminated her rights less than 1 year into the case plan, and his father, while he still had rights, was in prison for child molestation for a victim under the age of 3. My child should have never been in care that long. He was 6 when we met him, well beyond most of the developmental milestones that are key that I know in social work and trauma. He was with the same foster parent for much of that time, which meant yet another major disruption in his childhood when he came to our loving, caring, sprinkle-filled home. Back to that staffing with our son. When we were finishing up, his caseworker said she had one more question. If you've adopted, you know there's lots of questions, so you're no stranger to this. She asked, what would you do if you had a violent episode? My husband and I looked at each other quite confused because this wasn't in any of the history we were provided. We scoured through them. Our answer was something like, well, of course we would love him and figure out how to help. But then we asked one of our own, why are you asking that question? And their reply was simply that it was a standard question. Something about the look of the staff there stuck with me, that I so desperately wanted to be a mother that I pushed it down. We proceeded with the next steps, which have been outlined with you today, and we followed everyone to the recommended team. We had our follow-up visits with his caseworker and ours, and we talked about some of the odd behaviors. This might seem kind of strange to some of you, but it was almost a perfect child, robotic. One of the things he said is, I'm feeling frustrated, therefore I should use my tools to go to my room. I have another 6-year-old in my house right now, that's not normal. So I brought it up and asked questions, and I was told to relax and enjoy being a parent. So I again brushed aside my concerns. So we started our soon-to-be son in therapy, so we could all adjust to one another. About 6 weeks or so in, some things shifted. There were moments of frustration, bigger than same-age peers, banging, screaming, breaking of things. There were just other things that just didn't seem to be right. I read books and read about adoption and attachment services. So I've heard a lot of positive outcomes from families that attend bonding camps. I found one in Florida that we were to attend. While our adoption wasn't finalized, we had to seek permission to attend, which we did. I was so hopeful. During a particularly close bonding event, I saw something in my child's eyes change. He swung at me and screamed words inappropriate for this setting today. We had staff to assist us, but these episodes continued throughout this experience. We had tools. We left and we were better prepared. We came home and began using all of those tools. Then the school began calling with issues, starting with ripping up schoolwork. In the long run, progressing to throwing chairs, attacking staff to the point of grown men bleeding at his hands. Classrooms were evacuated to keep other children safe. But this wasn't in his history. Home wasn't any better. Holes in the walls, clothes we bought that would be cut up, and a host of other things. We consulted caseworkers who told us it would settle down once it finalized. So we proceeded with all the tools because, again, I'm a licensed clinical social worker, I knew what to do. We went to Project ADOPS through Bethany, intensive family intervention, EMDR, consulted with psychiatrists for medication. I attended school meetings and professional meetings for any sensory needs, read even more books, and hoped love would get us through. We installed alarms on his door to help him feel safer, but also to help ours. Rages would come on and seemingly nothing, a banana that was challenging to open, a single cough that maybe I just didn't ask about quite right, or asking if he was going to take a shower that day, and not tantrums. These are different. These were hours in lengths. These were volumes heard by neighbors. This was violence. I was attacked with curtain rods, air conditioning vents, broken hangers, and various other things. Still, we tried to use love, understanding, therapy, hope, and prayers. I was scared, but we were told it will get better. Once he understands permanency, it will get better. So the night before our finalization, I cried. I sat outside this precious, adorable boy's room who I loved dearly. We let him pick out the bedding and paint colors, and I sobbed, fearing that this was our future, clinging to the hope that had been given to me. We finalized July 15th of 2016, and it was a good day, you guys. We went to court, we had pictures taken, we went to a hibachi grill, we went to Build-A-Bear, and all day long he handed out Swedish fish, candied fish, with a note that said, "It's official, I'm adopted." And there was joy for all of us. It lasted for a day or two. School started in our community shortly thereafter. It was a hopeful time of trying to find a new routine and a new school year, but those rages persisted, sometimes in the middle of the day and sometimes in the middle of the night. Therapists would ask, what triggers it? And there really never was anything. And then sometimes in the midst of managing a lot in life throws you a curveball. 2 weeks after finalization, after my husband had already lost his job for having to leave to take care of these moments and getting kicked out of one program or another, I found out I was pregnant. Due to my own history, we told no one for 4 to 5 months. During this time, when he did not know he was going to be a big brother, we took our son to the beach. He had never seen the ocean before. We had an epic day. The ocean was awesome. The sand castles were tall. He had ice cream before dinner. We got to raise a flag in an old military fort, rode a trolley, and we even allowed him to jump on the hotel room bed. There was joy. And then that night I was woken to being choked by my child. My husband and I slept in shifts the rest of that trip. New fear, intense fear. But we moved forward. We talked to him about being a big brother, worked with therapists to help understanding, consulted previous caseworkers to make sure this didn't regress anything, consulted professionals from our attachment camp. We were told it will get better once the baby gets there. It wasn't. I managed a rage with the school and with a family member helping provide care while giving birth on the phone. My husband missed labor classes because it wasn't safe for us to leave our child with anyone untrained to handle him. When the day came, we came home from the hospital. Again, he tried to attack me. Within months, he had his first 1013. Those of you unfamiliar, that's an involuntary hospitalization, both suicidal and homicidal thoughts and action. Sister was about a month old. I'll spare you all the nitty gritty of all the details because your time is limited. As a professional, I want you to know that 80 to 90% of our brain grows before we're 4. Our son was with his biological mom until he was 4, without ever having received an immunization, medical care, or any consistency. There's gaps where DFACS was involved and could not find them. My son, under the guidance of the best professionals, had over 10 psychiatric hospitalizations. This does not work with children with severe attachment issues. They feed the disorder. The staff there change every 3 days and every 12 hours with no requirement of connecting, so therefore that skill cannot be learned. So we opted for other programs in other states, trying to help find help for others' continued homicidal actions. We used programs, I believe, in 6 states. At one point, our son was discharged from specialized boarding school for children with attachment issues due to choking other children and decapitating their stuffed animals. When I went back to our post-adoption worker and our county, We were told to bring him home and use partial hospitalization program. Just 2 hours away from our home, between 9 and 3, and many times while I was driving, our son tried to attack me. This was not an option for us. Our son had written down ways he would kill me and his sister. He had told us verbally. He told defects caseworkers, therapists, teachers, police officers, and really anyone who would listen for long enough. When we asked for more help, we were told that we could not do anything because of his age, because criminally he was still under 12 at this time, unless he did something to the minor child. So I sent in police reports that noted injuries to me that he caused and owned up to. Yet, we as a family were asking to wait for the injury to happen to a baby and then toddler. We connected with an advocacy group called Rat Advocates, which has really helped us understand the illustration of the shower that I gave you in the beginning. Reactive attachment disorder is just that, a disordered way of attachment. And while many kids in foster care and adoptive situations have attachment issues, there is a percentage that have a severe disorder like our son. The harder we loved, the more he reacted. What he wanted and craved hurt him, and he rejected it, verbally, emotionally, and physically. While he has some injuries from his past emotionally, I have scars that will never heal, emotional and physical. So today, after many years of turmoil, injuries caused by our son, thousands of dollars of damage to our home, stolen knives from our kitchen, and the list goes on, but my time is limited. We tried desperately to make our adoption look like how I wanted and craved it to look. Today, we found what works, at least for today. Currently, we pay out of pocket. Our subsidy covers maybe half of what we pay for a private group home in another state with a great understanding of attachment issues. My son is now navigating high school with continued thoughts of hurting, but no actual issues in almost 2 years because he's not being required to attach to somebody who cares for him the way we do. I talk to him about every 2 weeks for about 15 minutes, which is all he's able and willing to do at this point. He tells me what he's eaten, if he's gotten to watch a movie, and what chore he currently has at this location. He occasionally reminds me that he would still kill me if he lived with us, but he's okay remaining our son. Most people don't understand how a child can cause this much fear, intimidation, and violence. But we've all seen stories of the mother who was driven by emotion to lift a car off of her child. Out of fear, that is what our son experiences when he feels love. How a kid wanted a family so much can't even live with us. How parents who wanted a kid so much can't have him live there. How we can be afraid, I can only tell you, you only know if you've experienced it, and I've connected with families across this country experiencing the same. So I was also asked to say, well, what's needed? Transparency. I believe the day that they asked us about the violence that those caseworkers knew. In fact, my son once told me that his foster mom patched holes in the walls before we came for our first visit with him, and he was told not to tell us. We did not get the luxury of knowing the full truth of his history. I don't know that we would have made a different decision, but there was information not given. Education. Remember, I'm a therapist by trade. Went to a top school of social work in our state. If I didn't have personal interest, my master's degree included about 10 to 20-minute lecture on attachment disorders. Caseworkers that tell us it will get better with love and time are ill-informed and lead to families struggling to make sense of their experiences that they're having. We need resources for children with extreme needs in our state. There are not resources that fit our family. Our child was too young, too severe, too smart for programs that were offered. I have a full 3-inch binder full of resources from our state and many around our country. We were either too poor or too rich for them. We need resources for families coping with the effect of post-secondary trauma from raising kids from hard places. We need laws that protect families. We've connected with families throughout this journey that have faced charges for failing to pick up their children who have threatened to hurt them. We were able to navigate this without relinquishing simply because we have made significant financial investment to do so. And because at my core, I believe that some connection to him is better than him going back into foster care. but I am his nurturing enemy. He knows I love him and support him more than anybody on this planet, but I'm that hot water on his cold body. I'm here today because I truly believe that shame dies when stories are told in safe places. I love my son with every ounce of my being. I ache that I cannot live with him and be safe. I ache when I see other siblings interact. My son has never asked about my daughter since leaving his sister. And my daughter, if she hears his name, has nightmares for days. This is not the picture of adoption that I wanted, hoped for, and prayed for, and that I worked tirelessly to try to make. Even after being attempted to be killed, bitten, spit on, or kicked. We need groups like you willing to look at the hard truths, willing to know that adoption is filled with grief from the very beginning, and willing to ask the hard questions and do some hard things. Thank you for your time and commitment for children who need you.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. And thankful that someone with your credentials and your heart were the ones that were chosen for this situation. Thank you for being with us. Questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here. Okay, we have one person coming by Zoom and she wants us to watch a quick video and then we're gonna take a 5-minute break and then come right back. So Lynn Johnson, and this is her video.
The All in Fostering Futures helps move the foster care system to a better expectation. The expectation that children will thrive when they leave the government system, but when they don't, we have a network of nonprofits, churches, businesses, and other alumni who all make a difference and all are working toward thriving people.
So I think the retreats have really helped me with gaining some mentorship. People all like Lance and I mean even Greg, like all the older guys that even if they don't have kids, but they give me this outlook on like what it is to be a better man, how it is to like growing up. I mean, I'm 23. I feel like sometimes I feel really lost, but they really help point me in the right direction, and I know I can text them or call them if I need something. They really, I mean, watching my son just run around and have so much fun today and yesterday was great. I mean, he just gets to do his thing and everyone loves on him and supports him and supports us. So as a father, I mean, I just gained some more community and family, so I really appreciate it.
One of the things I would definitely encourage all foster care youth to do is build community, either with other alumni, other men, other women that you look up to, other professionals, and you know, it can support you in your professional life as a father, as a mother. It can support you in your career, and just be super intentional about building community, because you never know the doors that can open for you and the support you need as you seek out community and as you go along life. So
What I've seen happen with the retreats is these young people have walked into my home extremely nervous, shy, not confident, and not sure that any adult can be trusted or have a commitment to them. And a year later, I see trust, I see love, I see confidence in a way that I just never expected.
Lynn Johnson, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. I hope you enjoyed that quick video. And it's a real honor to talk to you about foster care and adoption this morning. And just for context, I was the Assistant Secretary for the Administration for Children and Families, ACF, in the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. ACF had 65 programs and over $62 billion budget. It was in this capacity that I learned the most about what works and what is not working for vulnerable populations throughout our country. In 2019, ACF created the All-In Challenge, where we worked with governors to focus on 2 priorities around children and youth in America. Nationally, many governors participated and many saw good success. But the definition of success was questionable. Success is all about the young people in our system, which you saw some of them in the video. Success is about hearing what works when the system is raising our children who are victims of abuse and neglect. Success is when you can answer yes to this question: would you want your own child raised the way our system raises our foster children? I'm going to touch on 3 priority areas, and others have talked about this. And after hearing Mr. Keller and others, it makes me excited that there is a focus, and that's good. But the importance of quality, stable education, the importance of stability and attachment in life, and the importance of quality and available behavioral health and trauma services. Those are critical 3 points. I have always been that person, and maybe you all have been too, that no one wants at a cocktail party, especially when asked, what do you do? I go into the lengthy diatribe about poverty, human trafficking, childcare, and abuse and neglect. What I've learned is that as I share what I do, I notice that I don't have a focus about our systems to share. There's no integrated system focus, no integrated system success. I also learned that with focus, any system can be impacted, but we seem to play whack-a-mole with the issues impacting the most vulnerable of people, and it is not working. So I learned that focus and follow through is critical. Focus on the things that hit the first dominoes over so the rest of the dominoes can fall on their own. Focus not until something gets hard or political people change office. Focus until we move the needle and we make a difference. And this is hard to do in human services, in politics, and especially in child welfare. ACF asked governors to look at 2 parts of the system. Front end, in the high percentage of children and youth who are removed from their homes due to the consequences of poverty. I believe that by integrating systems and getting government, nonprofit agencies, and faith-based organizations wrapped around struggling families before child protection is called, we could significantly reduce the number of children who enter our system and then get stuck while parents figure out how to get their children back. Second, we look at the number of waiting children whose parental rights had already been terminated. We talked about that earlier, and who are waiting for that permanent home. In 30% of these cases, the child was in the home that was waiting to adopt them, but for court hearings or paperwork to be finished. So until that happens, the caseworker goes out every month, paperwork needs to be filed, a lot of workload while we're waiting for that finalization of adoption or permanency or guardianship or whatever that permanent plan is. In these situations, I know from the bottom of my heart that there is no intention to traumatize children by waiting, but that because of frequent moves from one foster home to another, the children go to bed at night wondering if tomorrow would be the day the permanency becomes final, or would it all blow up and would they be moved again? And that compounds the trauma. It compounds the attachment issues. In 2019 and 20, we had approximately 127,000 waiting children. And I loved when we saw the numbers for Georgia in 2019 and 20, your highest number of adoptions. And I love seeing that focus made a difference. The challenge was to find safe, permanent homes for all of the children. The challenge was for all individuals in this country to be all in, whether it was for quality childcare, excellence in reading at 3rd grade, or to eliminate truancy for teens, or whatever someone's personal passion is for kids. Be all in for our children, and in your case, your children in Georgia. It was exciting to watch 127,000 waiting children be reduced to less than 119,000 in 2 years. One of the years included COVID. So I can't imagine what the numbers would have looked like had we not had the pandemic. One state, and you've already heard about this, and I did not know Mr. Keller was going to talk about this, but Arizona took advantage of the crisis and the shutdowns, and they did adoptions virtually. Their numbers of adoption during that year were higher than some of their years when we didn't have the pandemic. It was exciting and amazing to see the success of virtual adoptions and the long-term success of not seeing more failed adoptions. So we don't see any correlation there. It was heartwarming to see Oklahoma get down to less than 400 waiting children, and Arkansas, the last time I checked, was down to less than 375 children. And then New Hampshire, we look at, now granted, New Hampshire is probably the size of Atlanta, but they had gotten down to 36 waiting children. And again, the ones that are currently still waiting, it's medically fragile. It's help people with kids with intense mental health, RAD, that you just heard about, the reactive attachment disorder. The focus in these states was so incredible, and permanency and success was the priority. Even more important, with this focus, there were less children staying for long stints of time in the system and less children aging out because they had permanent connections. Now, this isn't a long-term research project, and because the focus has changed in many areas, there is no evaluation as to whether my efforts would have seriously impacted the system over time. But I like to think it was a start. Although I don't have access to new data, I firmly believe that with focus on these two issues, we not only would have healthier families, but we'd have healthier communities, reduced domestic violence, substance use, better mental health, less unemployment, and so much more, because you've pushed community helping community. On the back end, our children would be less traumatized and be healthier and thriving as they move to adulthood. In fact, with these two areas of focus, I believed we could have a child welfare system 30 to 40% smaller. And with less children in the system, there would be more funding for prevention, intervention, and crisis. There would be more time for caseworkers to see faces rather than just cases, and the workloads would be manageable. Can you imagine a system where caseworkers can get excited about their days, burnout is reduced, and outcomes are a priority rather than compliance? So as I talked to governors, I also asked to meet with groups of young adults who had aged out. I truly wanted to hear about the childhood experiences of these individuals. So I created an advisory board of foster alumni who helped us identify areas to be fixed. And then, as politics has it, I went home. At home, I was contacted by some of the alumni I had gotten to know. I was asked if they could come to Colorado for a sleepover vacation, not a visit, not a gathering, but a sleepover vacation. That specific wording because many had never had a sleepover at a friend's house, and even more had never gone on a vacation. So I said yes to about 5 young people. And about 25 young people later, our first sleepover vacation, eating s'mores, fishing, climbing mountains, laughing, cooking, playing games, more s'mores took place. The young men asked if I would do a men's retreat because they really didn't know how to raise children. They didn't want to do what their dads had done to them. They wanted to care for a wife or a family. In fact, they wanted to learn how to tie a tie, go on a date, work on a car, manage money, and the list kept growing. They made a list of what they really wanted to learn. That's when All In Fostering Futures was born. Since then, we have had 5 retreats, including a mom's retreat, a woman's retreat, parents' retreats, men's retreats, and now they want a grief retreat because of the number of sibling disconnections that happened while they were in foster care, and they want to grieve that. And so we're working on how we would make that happen. But at these retreats, we laugh. We really laugh. We support each other. We learn and experience healing in safe places. The All In family has grown in these last 2 years. And I loved when Mr. Keller, one of the things he said as a recommendation was retirees getting kids. I did come home from DC thinking I was retiring, and now we have in All In over 100 young people who some call us mom and dad, and I never expected I'd be doing this. So we have grown. We've gone to done all holidays together, weddings, baby showers. We assist with employment advice, house purchases, and much more. I didn't know how critical play and laughter in safe spaces was, and it led and is leading to so much healing. You all know the statistics. I'm sure you've heard them. For these young people aging out, it's dismal. And yet we have found a way to help individuals whose first words to me were, "You're not going to like me. I had 4 failed adoptions. I had this." And after so much trauma, do we really expect them, the kids, when they age out, become healthy adults? So we heard over and over in all your meetings, stability and attachment, stability and attachment. And I know that our first goal is the safety of the children we remove. But as years go by, is the state the right entity to be raising children? And are we okay with the number of children who never find a family or a permanent situation before being released as adult? And I'm sure you've heard it's approximately 20,000 a year. Is there a reason we don't let children who are moved from home to home stay in touch with friends they made in previous homes or schools? Is it truly beneficial to not stay in touch with siblings or to be separated with little notice or reason? I heard over and over from the young adults that if they would have been allowed to call siblings or friends, that would have been life-changing. Breaking and leaving relationships behind is traumatic, and leaving relationships behind every time, over and over again. Do we wonder how they will find work when we don't even let them learn to drive, or they are in 30 different schools and sometimes 20 or more foster homes? Do we wonder why when we can't find the right foster home or bed for a child, they sometimes wait in a detention facility while we work the case? Or do we agonize over hoteling our youth because we don't have enough mental health facilities that know how to transition our children successfully? These are just questions I keep asking myself, not to be total downer, but seriously, there are ways to deal with this. Georgia, you are doing many, many great things that I have seen throughout the country. So why don't we look at the other programs that have success? Why aren't we improving and developing strong, awesome mental health, behavioral health systems? If we did this, would less parents lose their children? Would there be fewer shootings? Would children be safe to learn? I mean, really learn in school. And do we wonder why we don't adequately fund behavioral health? Trauma is no longer a buzzword. Post-adoption services work, and follow-up to make sure a child is still safe in an adoptive home is critical. Family wraparound supports, nonprofit and faith-based respite all works. Trauma-informed care should be a priority for everyone, from the staff to teachers to parents to foster and adoptive parents to pastors, mental health specialists, everyone who may be involved with the systems. But normalizing childhood, is that rocket science? One young lady at my women's retreat said she laughed more in 3 days with her daughter than she did in her entire 18 years of childhood. That's a heartbreak. But the importance of stability and attachment for children's brain development is not new information. But why does it get lost in the crisis of the day? Quality education, we've heard that. I'm going to add what we heard earlier, stable quality education matters. I truly believe that quality education, which you all in Georgia are doing a good job on, are provided to provide higher education for our kids. The Fostering Success Act is a model legislation, but we can't forget tech schools and apprenticeships and tutors for any child who may move more than 2 times in a foster home or school, so they don't fall behind and they can graduate from high school and move forward. Tutors are a really important piece for these young kids. Quality education will have a positive end goal. But what if our foster children aren't removed from the classroom for mental health, physical health, oral health, and court meetings? Those little things are important. Georgia, I have spent time here. I met with your governor back in 2019 and 20, and I truly believe that you have the entities, the government, the nonprofit agency, the faith-based entities, the people to focus on fixing the system, on working together, not in silos, but truly working together to do for these children what you would do for your own. And in the end, I believe you can be one of the first states in this nation to conquer this issue. What if the many systems involved with the children all came together at the same time to make decisions together without turf or ego getting in the way? We know this works, and now we know we can do it virtually. I've not spoken about any one big change to law or rule or regulation. We all know we have plenty of those. But what I'm talking about here are common sense ideas that implemented would positively change the childhood of the children in our care. I challenge you to look into the eyes of those children, families, listen to the foster parents, adopted parents, and biological parents, and ask them for their top 3 changes they would like to see. Don't be surprised if they are small, but then do it. You might be surprised as the system moves forward, not just with change, but with buy-in and support needed to create a community movement to be all in for children. Georgia, you have all the right people, the entities, the donors, the agencies, and desire to change the system. In just my short conversation with Senator Kirkpatrick and what she told me about the committee, you all care about this issue. So with focus, I believe you will do it. So thank you for what I know you're going to do and for taking the time to participate in these very important meetings. I appreciate all that you do and am honored that you asked me to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
One comment, I couldn't agree more about connecting the systems that governmental, non-governmental, faith-based, whatever, in our communities and intervening or allowing some intervention before kids enter the foster care system. I think that's a great point, and we are definitely working on that in Georgia. The question I have for you, it was news to me, maybe because the only thing I've ever fostered are puppies. But what's the reason that kids moving to a different location can't contact their prior contacts, friends, and so on?
I think that's been interpretation, one of concern that there would be problems with the connections, and it changes from state to state. Some states are actually now just starting to give kids cell phones to say you can stay connected. And in other situations, the monitoring of those calls, people worry that that could cause some problems. I really don't understand why foster parents are not allowed to let kids make those contacts, but I do think it's something we need to address.
Questions from the committee? Thank you very much for making time to speak to us today, and hopefully.
Thank you for allowing me to use Zoom. I appreciate it.
Okay, it's 10 to 11, and we're going to start back at 5 till, so please be back quickly. Just give them to Hannah. She'll do that for you. Thank you, Cecily. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Leslie Reese, you're up.
Hi.
Grab a mic, because we've got people that are on the live stream, so.
Says it's on. Yeah. Wow, that's a loud version of me. Figure out where to hold this. Thank you so much, all of you, for allowing me to be here. Senator Kirkpatrick, for inviting me today to do some in-person testimony. I did submit testimony, by the way, at the last hearing, and it's expansive. It's very detailed, and you should enjoy reading it if you have time. I'm not, however, planning to go into that level of detail as I speak to you today. Because you do have it in writing, it is detailed, it is complex stuff that we're talking about. So I think the written version is going to be most helpful. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Leslie Reese. I am currently the ministry director for a ministry called Fostering Together that is housed out of North Point Ministries, which is the mothership of a series of very large churches in Metro Atlanta. Most people know our churches based on the senior pastor's name, who is Andy Stephen. And I have been in this job now for almost 13 years. I did not expect 13 years ago to re-enter the workforce. I was actually at home finishing raising my 5 children, but we had chosen to become foster parents. And in the journey of becoming foster parents, I became passionate about a few things. And Bob Ruder Matson knows me really well. He's known me a long time. And so he's going to be listening to me talk about things that he's heard about before and that I believe he also heard about, as well as to some of my friends from the department who are sitting here today. I feel extremely fortunate that Lynn Johnson just spoke because I actually feel like she was a paid public service announcement for the thing that I want most for you guys to hear from me. She talked a lot about focus. I have a background in business. I worked first in public accounting and then at Coca-Cola Company in a variety of leadership roles. And you really can't get anything done unless you know what you're trying to get done. And so what you measure matters. What you monitor doesn't matter quite as much. So you can monitor a lot of things and just kind of stay in place. But when you measure things, you're going to make something happen because your focus is very clear. So I love that Lynn brought up the fact that focus is essential. I think that we all would also agree that placement stability, meaning the lack of disruptions, the pace of reunification, the stability of adoptions, the sanity and stability of employment of caseworkers, the financial costs of our system are all things worth focusing on. And I feel as if, after watching the system for so many years, that there are some very simple, straightforward areas of focus that we're just missing. And it's not to say that it's going to be easy necessarily, but there is a way forward. The underlying thing I want you to walk away with from my talk is that we're expecting too much of the children and the families that we're intervening on. And when I say that, what I mean is they have a situation, if foster care is needed, that has justified their entry into the child welfare system. But they had other relationships too. As a matter of fact, we know for a fact that somebody reported what happened. Somebody cared. But they probably had more somebodies than even that. They probably have extended family, teachers, caregivers at a child daycare center. They have probably seen a doctor before in most cases. They probably have a few friends. And when we remove them from all of that, in addition to what was dangerous, we are inflicting incredible harm. People are relational. We all thrive, grow, and develop in the context of relationship. And there's absolutely no excuse in this day and age with the amount of resource that this state has why we do not have a hyper-local system. And it's not because people don't care, it's because it will be hard to figure out where to begin and how to build it. The truth is, however, if we have just a little bit of gumption, we could pick 4 to 5 counties. They should be diverse in their style, not look just the same. They should have a decent ecosystem of supportive organizations like Lynn was describing that can wrap around the situations that we're going to be facing in that community. And we should just decide that we're going to do everything in our power to keep the kids that are from that county in that county. Their school system doesn't have to change. Their friendships don't have to be eradicated. Everything else that's familiar to them is still around. When I was fostering, one of the things that was the most surprising to me was that my foster son, when I took him home for a visit, not too far away, I suppose some people would say 35 miles, his McDonald's wasn't my McDonald's. His Walmart wasn't my Walmart. He felt at home knowing he was in his community. He didn't have to necessarily be all the way home with his dad to know that he was close to home. And I truly believe in hindsight that had he known he was close to home, a fair amount of his raging and a fair amount of his behavioral issues would have been tamped down. Maybe they wouldn't have disappeared, but they would have been tamped down. And on the flip side, his dad would have been able to do a much better job of engaging with him and engaging with the services that would have been available to him, because hope would have still been alive. When you pick a kid up, and we got him as his 4th placement in as many months, right? So obviously he was raging. He was leaving households because he was raging. We got him at that point, and it was months and months and months before I could get his father to lean into a relationship with us so that we could be hope for him with his son. They did reunite. They stayed together until this boy turned 18. He's now out on his own. He graduated from high school. He's the first one in his family to do that ever. His father was in foster care. His mother was in foster care. He's in the Army Reserves, holds down a job. He's winning. I honestly think he would have been winning better if we could have kept him where he started and let him keep so many other relationships intact at the same time. So we've got some problems. The way we contract placing agencies is a problem. The way we assign caseworkers to cases is a problem. Both of those getting solved would go a long way toward quieting down the system and being able to like strengthen the way that community's capacity to keep their children at home happens. And then there's some other things in my written discussion that you guys can review as well. And I just want you all to know that I stand ready from now into eternity, or maybe 10 years from now when I'm 75, to help and to continue to help you guys think about how to make this system meet the needs of the kids where they are, so that their hearts and their minds can quiet down, and so that the system can work on their behalf for the outcome that we all agree is best to get them back home.
Thank you very much for your remarks, and that fit really nicely with the previous speaker, so I appreciate you coming all the way down here. Questions from the committee?
Thank you so much for speaking. These questions may actually not really be for you. It's just things that were sparked from your conversation. So in thinking about being able to keep children in their same county and specifically their same school for continuity, I wonder, is there a danger or a risk to that to the child if the parent knows that the kid is still in that same school? What the social emotional aspects may be to keeping a child in that school, and their classmates know that they aren't with their family anymore. I wonder about those risk factors, and if that plays a role in why we might not keep a child in the same school. So that's one thing. Again, you may not know the answer to that.
I'm sure there will be people who argue on both sides of that. What I would say is, let's try and find out, not let's assume the fear that we are describing. when I first came into the foster care space, another gentleman, that used to actually work at Faith Bridge, his name's Donna Steele, who grew up in a, family that fostered avidly, I think he had 75, foster siblings over the years, was one of the people who told me that, the fear part for foster parents of an aggressive birth parent was false. And after I stopped for just a minute and thought about it, I was like, that makes sense. Because the truth is, they're under government intervention. There's a legal process going on. And if they were aggressive toward a foster parent in a meaningful way, that would only hurt their situation. It only makes their situation worse. I'm not saying it could never happen, but I don't think it's a reasonable expectation in most cases.
No, that's helpful. And then another piece of thinking about these hyper-local networks of care, I'm wondering if, the division might have statistics on this. Are there particular hotspots where we know a lot of children are entering into foster care from a particular, I don't know, it could be an apartment complex or a region or a particular county? Because I think that could be a really great starting place if we know, like, I don't want to use anybody's county as an example, but if we know that there is a hot spot where we have a lot of children entering in, then that'd be a great opportunity for churches and schools and concerned citizens to really create that hyper.
Yeah, there are already and have been some really good forerunner efforts. Mary Havoc oversaw Home in 5, which is a regional approach to keeping kids closer to home. Restoration Rome up in Floyd County has actually, for $1 a year, put an entire center in the hotspot of that county in place in order to both provide services, provide transitional places for kids to stay who are coming into care, and also to be in the community where the majority of the kids come from. That model is super powerful. I think there's just an underlying belief that we can't keep kids where they came from, and I think that belief has to be challenged hard. And I think that I've been feeling and carrying this thought process for a number of years now. If we can just try in a few counties and move the needle there, read the results on reunification rates, pace of reunification, the cost of the system, worker stability, all the things that we are saying are conspiring to make this a chaotic, terrible situation, that we'll learn what's working, what's not. And once we can capture 4 or 5 counties' kids back where they belong, the next thing that happens is we open up beds elsewhere. And this is, like I said, it's not simple, but it's doable.
And thank you for your testimony. Don't you think where we begin is with continuity through state policy though? To make sure that every DFACS office within the state of Georgia is working off the same policy, using the same procedures and everything so that we can determine where the hotspots are and where the issues are. You're the second person that we've had come up and testify about the raging that they experienced through the process. Throughout my career, we were detached over to DFACS during certain hearings and certain processes. We worked with our juvenile courts as they went through it. And then I have a lot of my friends and family that have participated in the foster care system, and I've never experienced the raging that y'all talked about, or I've never had anybody give me their personal experience where it happened. And so I think to some degree, we have to determine whether that is a psychological issue that is beyond foster care, that is maybe a biological issue, that it may be something at birth, some of these other things. I will not say that I don't think you can't attribute some of it to the disruption that occurs because, I dropped my 4-year off at school this morning and she was in a great mood other than the fact she didn't want me to leave. I mean, she wanted to hang out with Dad and she loves her teacher, but I'm Dad. So we do know there are some attachment things that come on in everyday life. But I think the most important thing is while I agree with you, the faith community has to be involved. Every other 501c3 and 501c whatever they are need to be involved, because I do think communities have advocated way too much of their responsibility away to the government and expect this huge machine to take care of this microsurgery that we're trying to do. But at the same time, in the state government, when we go to different government offices, we find different treatments, different programs, different approaches. So don't you think that we need continuity throughout the state so we can find where those hotspots and tender areas are?
Well, definitely, and there's no doubt that every community is not adequately developed with an ecosystem to support the children in care in those communities, which is actually why I'm suggesting you find 4 or 5 communities that are reasonably well developed with their ecosystem of supports and experiment there. Like, don't just go anywhere, it would be a bad plan. But I also will say, and I don't know because you're the people that you know who were fostered before, was this underlying issue of the children coming from far away a component of their case? Because if you're in a rural area, chances are not that they, have a smaller population of kids coming into care, that they're able to handle it within a reasonable distance. And therefore, maybe those kids didn't have those issues. I will tell you that my foster son, who is now 21 years of age, is a normal person. He is functioning as a normal person, even though he looked like a crazy person at 8 years of age. He came at me with a knife. He woman, which you don't do that, he had all kinds of outworking behaviors that anyone would have thought were going to be long-term in nature. I'm not saying he was ever easy for me or his father when he went back home. But I do know that getting him back home made a big difference in quieting down the fire that his brain was on about where is home. And if you disrupt a kid multiple times, you have taught them that relationships consist of pain, grief, and loss. And then we wonder why they're not okay, because they don't know that they can actually settle into a relationship and be a part of something that lasts. So anyhow, any other questions?
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Sherry Ann Hicks, come on down. And I'll mention, we do have a sign-up sheet on the podium. I don't know if we're gonna have any extra time or not, because we do have to stop at 1 o'clock, but it is over there.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I am an adoption attorney. My name is Sherry Ann Hicks, and I am a lifelong Georgian, with the exception of my time in undergraduate and law school. I've lived here my entire life. My husband Jeff and I practice together in our offices in Lawrenceville, which is Gwinnett County. And as I come to you today, I am the president-elect of the Academy of Adoption and Assisted Reproduction Attorneys. I'm also a member of the Georgia Council of Adoption Lawyers, and I have devoted my career to families and children. Just to tell you how I started, when I was in 10th grade, my cousin got pregnant and placed her child for adoption with a child placing agency here in Georgia. And walking through that with her, she was one of my closest friends. I saw firsthand what that looked and felt like. And back then, the revocation period was 10 days, and I lived those 10 days with her. We happened to live across the street from one another. And I've watched her beautiful journey going all the way through her adulthood and then her reunification with her child. And so I've always had a soft space in my heart for adoption. But when I decided to start out working, the Lord had a different plan for me, and He wanted me to be a public defender, and He wanted me to do parent work. So for the first 5 or 6 years of my career, I worked to reunify parents with their children. I was their advocate. So I am blessed that I've seen adoption in a lot of facets. And so I was asked to come here today to kind of tell this committee, what is the status with adoption law here in Georgia? Are we doing good? Is it something to be proud of? Do we need to make changes? And I really appreciate you having a committee where you are asking those questions, because I will tell you, if there was a problem with the law in Georgia, I would be beating down the doors. But I believe, based on my experience, that we are in a really good place. I have the opportunity to work with attorneys all over the country, and so I'm well versed in the laws of the adoption laws in other states. And as this committee knows, adoption law is not federally regulated, so it's different from state to state. And I've been able to work with attorneys and understand what good law we have and where our law needed to be changed. And so in 2018, I was a part of the move to update Georgia's adoption code. And at that time, we made some really good changes to the code. I do a lot of work with foster parents, so I represent foster parents regularly in juvenile court. I also handle all types of adoptions. So as the committee knows, in Georgia, you've got agency adoptions that are private agency, you've got public agency adoptions that come through foster care. You've got step-parent and relative adoptions, and then you've got interstate adoptions, and then you've got adoptions that come through private matches where a birth mother selects a family on her own. And I'm happy to report that I think we have good law, and we call it the triad of an adoptive parent, a birth mother, and a child. And I think my experience has shown me that our law is favorable to all parties involved. I do not believe that it's one-sided. When we revamped the adoption code in 2018, we did make some great changes, some changes that were warranted. We made some provisions where non-residents could finalize their adoptions in Georgia if they complied with the interstate compact. We also changed the revocation period after a lot of conversation, and we've shortened that from 10 to 4 days. And just so you know that, that's sort of in the median of what we see throughout the country. We're not the shortest by any means. There's some 48 and 72-hour revocation periods that are irrevocable upon signing. And then there are also some 30-day revocation periods that exist where a parent has to go before a judge before they're allowed to surrender their child for the purpose of adoption or consent to an adoption. So we landed in a good spot. We also allowed the payment of living expenses to birth parents to come from private attorneys as well as from agencies. And I believe that that has helped streamline some things as well. But as you all know, the internet has changed things. So I have seen over the course of my career, agency adoptions decline and private adoptions increase. And I think we have put some good things into the code to protect both the adoptive parents and the birth parents and the children in those scenarios. I will say that when a birth parent can go online and find an adoptive resource, we want to make sure that that's going to be a safe place for a child. And Georgia requires an independent pre-placement home study in private adoptions. So that protection exists. We have other protections in place when a child is going to cross state lines for the purpose of adoption to make sure that the family is adequately vetted. And I will say that in my opinion, we have one of the best state offices of the Interstate Compact that I have worked with in the entire country. So Georgia asks for more information. They don't just want the home study, they want the supporting documents. And I can tell you that they read everything. So kudos to them. But I just wanted to come in and say that if there was something that I thought needed fixing, I would be asking for you to fix it. Just to give you a vantage point, I do about 50 adoptions, or I've done about 50 adoptions this year. It's just kind of fun to keep count. And they vary. I've done foster parent adoptions, I've done private adoptions, interstate adoptions, step-parent adoptions. And the law is nuanced in every one of those categories, but again, I think it's fair and it's balanced. So I wanted you to hear that from me today because I am in the trenches, and I know we worked very hard to make sure that all of the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed when we amended the adoption code. And we hadn't changed the adoption code, y'all, in 25 years. So it was time. We now have post-adoption contact agreements that are legally enforceable, which is a great assistance. Even with my DFACS cases, if I can tell a family that knows that they're not going to be able to reunify with their children, that we can guarantee them an open adoption that is legally enforceable, I would say I have a 50% success rate. Gwinnett County DFACS has been amazing in being open to that and being willing to talk to the birth parents through their attorneys about that option and save thousands of dollars in going through costly and timely termination hearings, when all those parents really want to know is, if I can't parent, can I still have a relationship and know my child? I would piggyback on what Leslie said, and these foster parents and birth parents don't have to be enemies, and many times they're not. They realize how to navigate it. And in a post-adoption contract is just one example of how that has really worked and helped in the system. We'll say that in DFACS adoptions, we do have the ability to certify adoptions and have hearings within 15 days of that certification. I know when the first lady spoke this morning, she said they let anybody choose, but you choose whoever you want to represent you. But I wouldn't say make a law to make this happen, but one suggestion I would have for this committee is make sure the lawyers who are handling those DFACS adoptions know that once they get to Superior Court, you don't have to wait 45 and 60 days for a hearing. That file is usually complete when it comes to you, and all you have to do is sign an affidavit and certify it, and the code says the judge shall hear a case within 15 days. And I can tell you, with many jurisdictions that I practiced in, I have never had a judge push back on getting that DFACS adoption finalized. One other interesting thing that we did in 2018 is we opened the door, I think, for virtual hearings, because we put into the code that if you were a family that had a non-resident that was going to be finalizing in Georgia, we weren't going to make you come back. And the courts were very gracious, and so it sort of got us a little bit used to those virtual hearings. And I still use those regularly if that's what the family wants. The judges are very good to allow those to happen. So anyway, I think the state of the land is good. I think the law of the land is good, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Just by sitting on this committee for the last few weeks, or about a few months, I guess, if you want me to answer questions about the law, I'm happy to do so.
Chair, I'll say it real quick. Thank you for your testimony. Now, you say you practiced in various counties around the state.
Yes,
And from my response to the previous witness, do you notice continuity when dealing with DFACS and everything? Have you noticed that? Is it been your experience that everything is pretty much the same around the state when it comes to engaging with DFACS?
Yes, I will say when it gets to that unit, I see consistency and continuity throughout the state.
Big county or small county?
Big county or small county.
And I think a friend of mine, Thomas Tebow, is a
Yes,
part of your group.
He
and-
is.
And my wife and I have worked with him, and he's a phenomenal
He's amazing.
representative of your association. We
Yes.
appreciate what y'all do.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thanks for affirming the good work that was done in 2018. I'm curious from, you talked about it's really good, the laws are great. If you think about it from the perspective of a same-sex couple and LGBTQ adoptions, is that as smooth as we would need it to be? I'm thinking especially about situations where as a same-sex couple, one of the women has the baby biologically. What happens with that other parent? Is that law really clear and good? Like, I just want to make sure from all the perspectives that we're doing well.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I will say yes. I regularly represent same-sex parents, and I don't notice any differentiation in treatment. I will say that several years ago, when we first started seeing it, some of the judges were concerned because there was really not a statutory path for it. It was sort of a combination of a step-parent adoption and a private adoption. But the more that they saw it, the more comfortable they got with it. And I'm not seeing any problems with it right now. We call it confirmatory adoptions, when one of the mothers has the baby and then her spouse wants to adopt, and it's still necessary, I believe, to do that. But I traveled throughout Georgia, and I'm not seeing any pushback on that.
Thank you. It's refreshing to hear something that Georgia's doing well in, so.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thanks for being here today. I believe what you're saying is once you get to the adoption point, things are in good shape and going smoothly, but would you agree with some of the previous speakers about the delays with the child life histories and the the delay between termination of parental rights. In your DFACS adoptions, do you see a big delay between the termination of parental rights and actually when the child is released for adoption, when you get the paperwork in order to do the adoption?
Yes, I do. I do see a clog in the system there. So imagine having a child in your home for 3 years and finally getting TPR and it taking a year for you to get from a TPR with, let me rephrase that, it was a TPR action where both parents ended up voluntarily surrendering their rights for the purpose of adoption, and we're still a year out because the child life history has taken that long to complete. And I see that regularly. These people are overworked and they're understaffed, and we don't have the time to, it's taking too long to get from the juvenile court to permanency to bring them for adoption in Superior Court. And the court side is trying on both levels, but there's a clog in the system. I also think that there is a clog in how long they stay in concurrent plans for reunification and termination. It seems to me that sometimes the parents' right are paramount to the children's rights. And so I just think that needs to be balanced based on what I'm seeing that it does to these children to stay in care without permanency for so long. But I know that's a different topic for a different day.
Madam Chair.
She's got one follow-up and I'll be.
Do you ever have clients who are concerned about the fact that one of our speakers earlier today talked about how the adoption, the special assistance for adoption is going to be less after adoption than it is before adoption. So foster care, the foster care per diem is more than the adoption per diem.
That does come up.
Pushback about that.
It does, and I think that all comes down to education. They're not educated as to why they're getting the per diem that they're getting when they're foster parents. They are not prepared for that number to significantly change. And then God bless the case manager who's having to break it to them and really doesn't understand herself why that number is going down. So I have had to take it up to the state level many times to get that answer. So I think there needs to be better education when those stipends are going into place, and better education of, why is that number changing and is that justified? Because that definitely has caused issues and caused delays.
And Madam Chair, thank you. You used the phrase in the answer of her question earlier where you said these people are overworked and underpaid. Can we identify these people as caseworkers and DFACS?
Yeah.
Would that be correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so that we understand that certain parts of the system work fine, and DFACS does a phenomenal job, but the reality of it is we have state employees who are not being correctly compensated, properly compensated, that are basically getting hammered on both sides of this.
And I haven't seen their checkbooks, but I know that when I have good case managers that tell me they're leaving the department, they'll tell me that is the reason that they are leaving the department.
Yeah, and I'm always suspect of the individuals that choose to stay sometimes for that pay, and because of the experience we have through the impact program and other things, you want the best quality person you can find, so the recruitment suffers overall at times. What I've experienced through DFACS, which if that's what they're going to make, then they're going to put in that much effort, which sometimes is substandard amount of effort, is what we've dealt with in some of the foster care complaints that we've had to deal with. But real quick, in your program, do y'all offer any post-placement services, the association or anything after y'all go through the process, or do y'all just handle the legal process?
We just handle the legal process.
Okay, so once the papers are signed and that beautiful ceremony happens in front of the Superior Court judge, then once the bills are paid, because again, this is a job, then y'all are pretty much out of the process.
We help them process the birth certificate, understand what to do about the social security number and changing that, and then yes.
Okay.
That's usually it until they come back, because many of them, sign up to do it again.
There you go, thank you.
Speaking of the cost of this, so back to my LGBTQ question, you said that a confirmation, is that what you call it, confirmation adoption? is required of that other spouse. Can you speak to how much that costs a couple that is legally married in the state already, and is having to do this additional step in order to confirm the other parent's parental rights? Can you just speak to that?
I would tell you that that's gonna vary based on who they choose to do it, but at a minimum, I would say it would probably be somewhere around $1,500 in legal fees. And it could be that it's $2,500 or $3,500, depending on if they, use somebody that charges more. And it depends on where they're coming from too, and.
And to be clear, if you were a heterosexual couple, this process would not be necessary. That it's essentially a $1,500 or $353,500 tax for being a same-sex couple and having a child. Is that?
Well, I think it's a choice that they want to, even though they know that the marriage is legal in this state, they want to take that protection to make sure if those laws are ever overturned, that then they are not in a situation where they're not considered a legal parent of the child. So it's an added step that they take, but most of them want to take it. They don't have to take it, but they want to take it just to be sure. That's what my experience has been when they come to me.
So to be clear, from your perspective, legally, they don't have to do it as long as the laws remain as they are today. That a non-birthing same-sex couple parent, the non-birthing parent, does have legal parental rights to your knowledge now. And this is just kind of like buckling up the seatbelt just in case. Is that how you see it?
That's how I understand it, yes. Thank you.
Mr. Greenwood.
Thank you for your testimony. I heard one time, and maybe you can confirm this, that the fees that the attorneys are getting to do foster care adoptions had been decreased and that they haven't gone up in a long time.
That's true. Back when I first started doing them, and I think this number is right, it was almost $1,000 more per case than what it is. When I take a DFACS case, because the family has been told that DFACS is going to cover everything, DFACS will pay $1,500 for me to finalize that adoption. But out of that $1,500, I take out filing fee, which I pay myself. I take out background check fee, which could be almost $100, and birth certificate fees, which are $45. So when you take that out of every single DFACS adoption that you're doing, you're not getting $1,500 per case. So they have come considerably down, and I think they've been down maybe for 10 years at that rate.
So how many hours would you say that you put in an average adoption?
It's going to vary from case to case and judge to judge, because in some of the situations I have to do more work. Some files are super complete when they get to me, and some are not. But I would say a minimum of 4 to 5 hours on a case. Now, if it's a family that's adopted several children, of course not. But we have to prepare a petition for adoption. We have to organize all of the exhibits. We have to take it to file in court. Some counties, are faster and more expeditious than others, and some have questions that just take more time. And then, of course, anytime you travel to a final hearing in person, you can guarantee you're going to be out of your office for an hour and a half at a minimum.
Do you think if we were to be able to increase those rates, that we would have more availability from a legal perspective to kind of speed that part of the adoption process up in the state?
I don't know, maybe more attorneys would be willing to take on those cases, or maybe it would save families, because I know some attorneys don't cover all of those costs. And then the family in that case ends up having to pay for a filing fee and a background check and things of that nature. So I also think, we just need to make sure that the attorneys that are handling those adoptions are educated and understand how the process works, because sometimes the courts will ask them for extra things that are not necessary, and they don't know to push back because they don't regularly practice in this area of the law. And I know that is something that GCAL has been behind for a while, is getting a list of vetted adoption attorneys to handle these DFACS adoptions so that they are handled adequately and quickly and done right. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you for asking me.
Okay, Latrice Rollins, come on down. And you do have a handout from Ms. Rollins, I believe, in your.
Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Good morning, Chair and all committee members. I'm grateful for this opportunity to share with you and the committee about engaging fathers in child welfare cases, particularly in foster care and adoption cases. I am a social worker. I am a community engaged researcher and also convene a group of leaders across the state called Fathers Matter ATL to improve father engagement in health and human services. So researchers have reviewed many states' child and family service reviews and found that many state reviews do not adequately involve fathers in case planning or provide services for the fathers. They fail to contact the fathers even when they have been involved in their children's lives and do not adequately involve fathers in any aspect of their child's case. Nationally, agencies made efforts to involve fathers in case planning in 50% of cases that were reviewed. Only 22% of cases were even at or above that 50% threshold. When we look at across those states, some were as low as 12% and others were as high as 75%. You'll be surprised that Idaho was the state that had the 75% across the board. When we look at Georgia though, we can see that we are below that 50% threshold, and on 40% of the cases, agencies made efforts to promote a positive father-child relationship. On 27% of cases, fathers' needs were assessed and addressed, and on 39% of cases, agencies made concerted efforts to involve fathers in case planning. With another study that looked at 2,000 children who were removed from homes where fathers did not reside, 88% of their files contained the father's name, yet only 55% in these cases were the fathers actually contacted at least once. There are many challenges to fathers engaging in these cases, and not just in child welfare, but really across a lot of health and human service agencies. And so they range from individual or interpersonal barriers and also policy and legislative barriers. Legitimation has been one of the issues that has come up so frequently, not only in child welfare, but also across a number of other health and human services where agencies can determine whether or not they can engage the legal father. We have worked with several fathers who have even gone through the legitimation process and still did not have access to their children. Another major barrier is bias. We do talk a lot about father engagement. Have a lot of research and recommendations about engaging fathers, but we haven't got very far. So we must address bias which affects the services that these children and their parents receive. The Government Accountability Office, or GAO, looked at the overrepresentation of African American children in foster care and specifically examined state perspectives on how bias affects their entry into care. Of the 48 states that were surveyed across reporting, abuse and neglect, making placement decisions, and even in judicial rulings, more states perceive that bias impacted these actions to a moderate or to a great extent. Similarly, there have been several studies that have documented long-standing, slow-changing gender bias that has negatively impacted fathers in child welfare. Workers are often apprehensive about involving fathers or uncertain of how to go about it. The dual impact of racial and gender bias has also been documented, as agencies were less likely to identify, locate, and contact African American fathers. Fathers are stereotyped as deviant, dangerous, irresponsible, and irrelevant, despite decades of research evidence that shows positive outcomes and federal recommendations calling for the need to increase engagement with these fathers. When fathers are involved, there is a greater chance of the child returning home. There's fewer placement episodes for the child. There's a lower rate of repeat reports of mistreatment. There's less time in foster care, and there's reduced trauma that can be caused by some of the issues we've heard today regarding attachment and separation. This is a lot of information, so I did provide the report to Senator Kirkpatrick before I can provide it to you as well. But the Administration for Children and Families, or ACF, has strongly encouraged all human service agencies to work together to jointly create and maintain an environment that prioritizes father engagement as a critical factor in strengthening families and to enhance father involvement in all family support and childcare-related programs. Recently, ACF issued research findings about their Fathers and Child Welfare Breakthrough Series Collaborative, which is shown here on the slide. This is where they worked with 6 child welfare agencies in 4 states to develop a collaborative change framework to engage fathers. There were lots of lessons learned here, but the last point that I want to make is that they recommended to align a community-wide coordinated system of supports, services, and opportunities. And so this really leads into the work that I am very proud to be doing here in the state. It is the group Fathers Matter ATL, again, a multi-sector group of leaders from academia, faith, community-based government agencies, health and human services. We're leveraging each other's services and supports since 2021 to promote and support father engagement in Metro Atlanta and now beyond. So in conclusion, really to better engage fathers in foster care and adoption cases, really there needs to be more child welfare programs that are providing mandated training for practitioners, which really include those father engagement strategies. There is the training that's there, but whether or not it includes father engagement strategies is not known. So there needs to be additional funding for family preservation and reunification services to really conduct that outreach and support services for fathers. Those child service state and federal reviews, family reviews, or other data that's collected by child welfare, they should include the degree to which the agencies are successful in locating the fathers, as well as the degree to which the fathers and paternal relatives have been contacted and used as placement options. And these data should be reviewed regularly, and there should be some action improvement plans to be, required. And also would like to finally say around legitimation, just that there needs to be some study around the impacts of the legitimation policies and laws that are put in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your concise presentation, and I couldn't agree with you more that fathers matter. But I would also like to ask you, I learned quite a bit about legitimation this year in the process of a law that we passed, making DNA evidence self-evident, so to speak. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts or suggestions about what we need to be doing about the legitimation process.
As I said, Georgia seems to be the only state that has this legitimation issue in terms of, other states, if the father acknowledges paternity, if they have, a child support case, then they're the legal father. Georgia has this extra step where the father has to file this legitimation petition, pay, and it just, a lot of times fathers don't even know that they have to do that. And so if we could just, again, look at it to see what the impacts, if there are positive outcomes that come from this legitimation process, compared to what other states are doing, that would be the ask. Because every, time that I'm talking with welfare workers or talking with fathers, it comes up as a barrier, as opposed to something that's helpful. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. To tout something, Columbus started a legitimation station probably 10, maybe 15 years ago. And it is funded, fully funded, so it's free for fathers. It was housed here at Columbus Tech for a while now. It's in a building closer downtown to the courthouse, and had a lot of success once fathers found out there was a path that they could go through to legitimize themselves. And I myself, as a single father who raised 2 teenagers solo by myself, appreciate what y'all are doing with getting fathers more involved. I think it's important that your data collection, I think you're on point with that, but I'm curious, do you think it's important too to collect the data on how many of these children come from 2-parent homes as opposed to single parent? Because I've dealt with some private businesses in my district that serve delinquent fathers for child support, and they have a difficult time locating a lot of these dads because in many cases, the parents were never married. And it's tougher for the mother to provide good information on that. So Would you agree that one data point that would probably help too is if we knew how many of these children were coming from two-parent homes and how many were coming from single-parent homes to determine exactly the efforts that are being put forth by DFACS to try to locate these dads?
Yeah, most of the studies that I've shared with you in the presentation are focused on non-residential fathers. So they're fathers that were not living in the home at the time that the child welfare agency got involved. And so even with that though, a lot of recommendations have been made, basically to your point that there may be fathers that are in child support systems or in other systems. And if we work together, that information can easily be accessed and the father could be contacted and those types of things. So that has been a major recommendation, that we use all kind of resources that we have available to locate and identify those fathers.
Other questions from Ms.?
Yes, can you, I want to go back to the legitimization piece. So can you speak to how that has become a barrier to fathers being able to have engagement with their children? Because my understanding was that today's about adoption, that when it comes to adoption, whether or not they've been legitimized or not, the father has to be notified, that there still has to be some type of engagement with the biological father with or without legitimization. So can you just speak to what obstacles people are encountering because they have not legitimized their child?
Sure, and so this is, this is just again what I've heard from child welfare practitioners as well as from the fathers being told that they cannot engage with them because they're not the legal father. And then to add to that, we again have some fathers who have gone through the process of legitimation and still are not able to get access to their child.
It sounds like we have a little more work to do on understanding our legitimation process. Any other questions from any? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Chief Decmar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could indulge the chair, would it be possible for Judge Key, I see that he's here, could he join me? He helped initiate.
Sure.
that. Thank you, sir. So, retired police chief, I retired recently. Lou Decmar, 50 years in law enforcement, 32 years as a police chief here in Georgia. 4 years in the metro area and 28 years in the Birmingham. We've recognized in policing that social issues impact crime directly. And one of those social issues, of course, is delinquency in children that are needing supervision and intervention. And a program that was brought to the police department by Judge Key was a consequence of a conference that he attended 5 or 6 years ago. But what I'd like to do is have him explain the genesis of this program, and then I provided you each with some documents that detail memorandum of agreement, our policy, and then the simple tool that we use for notification and then our tracking system. And I'll go into some detail about those. Chief?
Thank you, Chief. I've never had an original thought in my life. So this is something that came from the great state of West Virginia. And interestingly, this is housed at the state police. That's where the program started. And the simplest part of handling with care is the notification process. The program in West Virginia is much larger because they're attempting to get more behavioral health services in the schools. In truth, we didn't need to do that because Troup County already does a good job with that. But the way the notification works is that if there's a child that experiences a traumatic event in a very broad definition that we have in our protocol, then law enforcement will send a simple email to hwc@troup.org, which is our school system. We have 2 employees of the school system who receive that. Actually, Dr. Jones handles that before she even gets to the office in the morning. The idea is that when that child shows up the next day, the people that need to know in that school system need to be aware they need to handle the child with care. If a little girl comes in and lays her head on the desk, let her lay her head on the desk to get her to a safe place. If the guy comes in, he's more hypervigilant than usual, than be the adult about it. Because unfortunately, if approached it in the wrong way, without understanding what that child's experiencing, what's going on in the child's brain, then the child could easily escalate, and we know what happens then is he or she's put out of school. In-school suspension, out-of-school suspension. Some jurisdictions go further than the simple notification that we have, and maybe offer a little bit of information. We made a decision not to do that. No one needs to know what's going on. This child could have been a mere witness to a shooting that did not involve the child's family, even a serious car accident outside. We've modified our protocol this year, I think it was maybe last year, to bring the marshals department in as part of it. Because there's a lot of trauma around marshals' actions. It can be as simple, some of our the county, they do the enforcement stuff, but also it can be eviction. Imagine when a mom or dad is serving an eviction notice and they got 7 days to resolve this issue, maybe to go to a hearing in our county, 7 days after that for set out notice, set out order if they've not left the premises. And you got a mom and a dad wondering where they're going to take their children. They're going to sleep that next night or next week. So a lot of stress in the household. So we include the marshal's office in it as well. And then the idea is not to intervene, simply handle that child.
So as the judge indicated, the key was that oftentimes behavior performance issues are interpreted as a discipline issue. And this gives the school a heads up, so it's used as an opportunity for intervention. For the police department's role, and again, I can't emphasize this enough, 10% of all the calls for service that the police respond to result in an arrest. 90% of what we do is referral, mediation, problem solving. And so we, in essence, become the community's ombudsman for folks that are in need of services. And we recognized this need probably 8 or 9 years ago was so significant that we took a police officer position and changed it to a caseworker position, because officers so frequently go to these calls and then realize shortly these folks need a lot more help than I got time or expertise to deal with. So they refer to our caseworker. We've got 70 partners that are nonprofit, faith-based, or other government entities, and they'll make referrals that'll deal with everything from getting them an ID so that they can be eligible for Social Security, or Medicare, or Medicaid, finding housing, hooking up with job services. So it's a host of things. But I say all that to say this is we have found that the early intervention of these social needs directly impacts crime. And so that's why in a committee that's dealing with foster care and adoption, the police chief, or I should say retired police chief, is here. And I would just, I guess in the way of, if I had a recommendation, is this is low-hanging fruit. There's no reason in the world why every law enforcement agency should be giving the school system a heads up and allow the school to respond to that child that's been exposed to trauma in a way that's going to be most effective. And so in any legislation you contemplate, I would suggest that perhaps this instrument be a part of that. It's very simple. It takes 15 minutes to train, so it's not a heavy mandate training. The email is in the officer's vehicle on his laptop, and he or she at 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon can shoot that. We have an internal document that then goes to our special victims unit, so they also have a heads up, and then it's tracked. And I've been the chair of our truancy protocol committee, which was set up legislatively about 20 years ago. The Superior Court judge appointed the chair, but it's been significantly more robust probably in the last 10 years because of the leadership that Judge Key has demonstrated and engagement. And we use that truancy protocol meeting, which is twice a year, to look at our handle with care and see if the interventions that we're making are being followed up on. Likewise, if there were missed opportunities by law enforcement. So I'd be happy to address any questions. And with
So Patrick, thank you so much. I realize I got put on this agenda in short order and I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us. We've done quite a bit. Everybody recognizes under the Gold Dome that law enforcement officers are frequently dealing with mental and behavioral health issues. And so we've passed co-responder bills and things like that. This is unique in its simplicity. And I just wondered, I'm sure you've already done this, but if you've taken this on the road to your statewide meetings of law enforcement officers to share.
Yeah, I do a leadership block for the Chiefs Association, so I introduced this at the new chief school. Also, I've done presentations at probably a half a dozen school systems throughout the state. And I think that any opportunity, either on the law enforcement side or the educational community, to engage them is certainly important. And so we've done some, probably not as much as we should.
Well, I mean, there's probably other avenues that you may not have addressed, like the State Department of Education would probably be very interested in what you're doing. So, be happy. And
Sheriff's Association.
Chief Association.
Yes, and we've engaged, and I've done some of these local, they've invited the local law enforcement officials, which have, represented both city police chiefs and county sheriffs. Yes.
Questions from the committee?
Thank you. I know this program, heard about it from my friends that work at Twin Cedars. We're going to go to Twin Cedars later, so I know they have a trauma assessment there. Can you tell us if this works and how that's tied with that?
Funny you should mention that. Matter of fact, with the commissioner, we have a Zoom meeting tomorrow with a fellow at Harvard where we're looking at developing an instrument for early intervention that identifies children at risk and the various responses that law enforcement engages. And so the short answer is no. The longer answer is that's a work in progress, and I'm hopeful that Georgia would be able to engage in that.
Thank you.
Yes, and can you just enumerate a bit about what you said that it's a broad definition of trauma? Can you just name some of the types of things that result in a police officer making one of these reports to the school system? And then also just approximately how often is this happening and how often are police officers sending these types of reports?
Yeah, excellent question. One of the challenges for law enforcement is they've got so many boxes to tick off that we had to develop almost a proactive documentation where in every report they have to indicate if a child was present. And then that alerts the supervisor approving that report as to whether or not it was appropriate for a handle repair notification to be made. So as we've done that, we've seen those increase. With the agencies involved, I would say it's roughly about 100 a year. With probably the largest number coming from the Grange Police Department. And the notifications are anything from cuttings, shootings, domestics, drug search warrant, maybe dad getting arrested in the house and fighting with law enforcement. Could be a fire, could be a traffic accident. The key is that we just say handle with care, and the school doesn't know what the nature of the trauma is, because from, some children are, they don't want folks in their business in that way. And so we don't want them to respond defensively, and we don't want the school officials to be conducting some independent investigation or seeking information. We want them just to respond to the behavior in a way that acts as an intervention. Glad to see my senator here.
It's glad to see my constituents here. And Chief, real quick, and you touched on it just a little bit. We make a traffic stop, we make an DUI case, and dad's driving a vehicle and he's got son and daughter in the car. Would that be an opportunity for the officer to fill out this report, let the school notify, because that is a traumatic experience for the child to see dad arrested and taken away?
Sure, any of those episodes where the child is exposed to some unusual occurrence that realistically anyone would look at and say, that's not good. bode well for the child, then a notification should be made. We talked about ambulance responses and fire department responses also, but in any serious response by those agencies, law enforcement is present. And so we just thought that, law enforcement would probably be the best resource in terms of making the identification and notification.
So who's your point of contact in the school system that this notification is made to, so they could, because certainly you don't notify the individual teacher.
So
So
it goes to the assistant superintendent. And first thing in the morning, I think she tells us she does it from home. So she gets up early in the morning, she sees the notification, she reaches out to the principal of that school. We're a county school district, so we have 12,000 students, I think 18 schools. And she'll notify the principal, and all she does is gives them the student's name. And then just says handle with care. That principal then notifies the teacher, handle with care. And all that occurs before the school day begins for that child.
and all of that information is held between the groups that are contacted. No other teacher is told, and the child's personal business does not get spread around the school.
Counselor may be told, school counselor.
And just very quickly, that is not part of the student's permanent record either. We're sure. A couple of things, the state school system is very much aware of this, particularly in rural areas. They're working hard to get it implemented in rural areas. Resilient Georgia is very supportive of this. And if you choose to move forward with anything around it, the school attendance and school climate protocol committee would be a good place to put it. It would fit very neatly in that law. We already require locally a report around animal care for our school climate. Because obviously these things impact school attendance.
Anybody else? Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Okay, Jackie Jackson? We've heard from you before, but I think you're here to talk to us about something different for your time. And you have this in your packets, Uniform Unregulated Child Custody Transfer Act, is that correct?
Yes. I sent PowerPoint as well, but I brought my computer just in case it doesn't copy up easily. But thank you all for allowing me to come and share today. My name is Jackie Jackson. I am CEO and co-founder of Ignite Hope Champions for Children. We have a heart for adoption, just as you all do. And in 2018, I was very blessed to have been invited up to DC to work alongside the Uniform Law Commission on the Unregulated Custody, Child Custody Transfer Act. It is considered a uniform law, and to that end, we are hoping to have at least 32 states, I believe, enact this act that we have drafted. It was something that has been spoken about. We've heard numerous times today about trauma and instability and the ways that kids in care, kids who are vulnerable, because if you are in the foster care system, if you are going to be placed for adoption, something somewhere has gone really wrong in your family of origin. So what we want to do is make, help Georgia become a state where we are being proactive instead of reactive. And one of the things that I have seen within our own organization, and when I was working with the ULC, found out that this is something that is really impacting across the board nationally, is predators know that there are vulnerable kids and they know how to find them. And although there have been efforts to shut down chat rooms and Facebook pages, there is still a very high number of people who hit a point where a child has become so dysregulated and the parents have become so disheartened or even disillusioned that the adoption becomes in jeopardy of an adoption disruption or an adoption disillusion, which means that child has gone from their family of origin into possibly a foster or several foster placements, and then into a family that the term I had always heard, and I am a former foster child and an adoptee, was your forever family. And after 7 years of working in this space and now doing my PhD research in this area, that is not always the case. And I know all of us here, everyone in this room, everybody on your committee, we all know that children deserve and need safe families. And when we began with this act, we realized that we can take this situation, which is overwhelming, which is a direct pipeline with vulnerable children, unregulated child custody transfers, and them going into a trafficking type situation. The statistics are incredibly underreported. So the statistics that we do have, you just have to look at them and say there are many, many more that we are not aware of. But I believe that this act would give us an avenue to give child placing agencies, attorneys, they would be able to leverage the law that we already have here and to be able to put more protective measures around our most vulnerable population. Those who care for kids in crisis, and we've heard this a number of times today, are not always equipped with the resources and the support for the physical and psychological needs that these children have. And predators and traffickers know exactly where and how to exploit those issues. One of the things that I pulled, and you can do internet searches on it. This is from 2013, but I actually have something that is from 2019, which is some of the most recent research out of the University of Georgia. There was a Reuters investigation on the child exchange. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of things because this is something that has been ongoing. And even though this was highlighted in 2013, it's why the ULC and the State Department began working on this and particularly focusing on the vulnerable populations of children who have been adopted, because these children have already experienced trauma and are probably showing behaviors, because that is that happens in these situations at times. There was a mother and she went on a site called Considering Disrupting an Adoption. It was a Yahoo group, and most children mentioned on this bulletin board, they were noting that sexual acting out, they were noting very increased violent behaviors, and parents were desperate. And it goes forward to share that there were 2 individuals that came forward and said, I can take care of that child. And there has been, you could go previously on Craigslist, I'm sure that they have moved the sites and the chat rooms to new and different places, but there was transfers happening without social history, without medical history, with no court overseeing it, with no child placing agency overseeing it. And these children were just being transferred with a note saying, this person has the ability to take care of my child. No ICPC, nothing that was regulating this. What we have seen in this particular instance, which was a 5-part series, 18% of these kids were shown to have a history of sexual or physical abuse. And these descriptions, when you put it on the internet, are a beacon for predators. They see this, and it is as they noted, it's a tremendous war to have dangerous people come in attentive contact. So what the Uniform Unregulated Child Custody Transfer Act allows is the opportunity for a state agency or court oversight that assures a new custodian is safe and appropriate for the child. And what we want to make sure is that we want to shut down that high risk of adoption dissolution, but we also want to shut down, as I said, the trafficking pipeline. Somebody here mentioned, and I actually wrote down a quote, shame dies when stories are told in safe places. And it is underreported. It is not something that families want to share, but when they are in crisis, there is a significant lack of resources to help them. I can share within our organization, we had a family that adopted a waiting child, international adoption, and because the medical and social history turned out, as we found out later, to not be complete, although the family did everything within their knowledge, understanding, and power, reaching out to their placing agency, reaching out to their church, we were walking alongside them. The child was 10-13 with the suicide watch, and was then moved to behavioral health. And what happened, because the child had been acting out sexually and in violence, the family was told that their biological children were in danger of being removed from their home if they brought the child back in. So they have a child that they love, that they fought for, that they waited years to bring home. And now they have biological children that when the police responded as they needed to, they were in danger of not just having one child removed, but having all four. The difficult decision was then made for them to try to find an appropriate new home. And they, because they had all of the resources around them, attempted every way that they could to do it within the law, legally, oversight. To this day, the child has now been for 1.5 years in de facto custody in a behavioral institute, which is really not equipped for long-term, but when she came into care, she was 11, and most group homes won't take you until you're 12. And the best case, of course, which would be for her to be in a family that could meet and protect her needs, because by the grace of God, I had been a part of this study and a part of creating this act as a advisor observer. I knew and understood that we had to follow certain protocol, but there are loopholes across the nation. And the way that this act is crafted, it's pretty much plug and play. It will adapt to however Georgia needs it to. It can be, you can add in or add addendums that will go along with what we already have in place as protective measures, but it kind of seals up some of those holes. And if I could just share this one particular, this is from 2019. This was a study out of the University of Georgia. So although the Reuters investigation is 2015, this is continuing. The unregulated custody transfers expose children potentially to significant harm that the existing legal tools are currently insufficient to help combat the practice. The definition of the two most closely related practices are illegal adoption and human trafficking, and do not appear to encompass these types of transfers. And the researcher ends it by saying the world has recognized that children are especially vulnerable to exploitation and to abuse. Battling unregulated custody transfers by mandating state intervention ensures that the best interests of children, be they biological or adopted, can be more readily guaranteed, and that unnecessary harms to those children can be avoided. So when looking at it, there are several parts to the act, but to highlight some of the things that this act will allow Georgia to do. This act addresses certain child custody transfers, not all, and it's really based on if the parent has determined that they can no longer parent this child. It wouldn't be for a deployment with military and you're transferring custody to a family member. So this is very particular if there is a dissolution or a termination. The act is consistent with recommendations from the U.S. Working Group composed of representatives from federal agencies, state child welfare organizations, and the National Association of Attorneys General. And this act protects children by prohibiting parent from transferring a custody of child to someone beyond family members and certain other specified individuals if the parent intends to abandon their parental rights. So that's really what the key is. And the act provides the state protective agencies and law enforcement with the authority to investigate. Because right now, if this happens, neither the individual, the family who is trying to find, they use the word rehome, and that is a term that makes me sick to my stomach, but that is kind of the common use of the word. And the people receiving the child, or the person receiving the child, and we have no idea any kind of background, although the state of Georgia requires for an adoption, a homesteading, this kind of transfer, it circumvents that. So this is what this act would help close down. And the act supports families by providing information and training. So one of the things that we have heard is that when you don't have the support, and sometimes in the hardest of cases, even when you do, there needs to be a protective pathway if the child's best interest and the family's best interest is served by moving them into a different situation, but we can't allow already vulnerable children to be transferred outside of the oversight of the law. When that happens, children are the victims, and honestly, our communities suffer as well. And this would be a way that I believe that Georgia could be one of the forerunners. When we were working on this, I actually reached out to Libby Snyder. She is legislative counsel at the ULC to get the most updated information. And this morning she sent me, so far 3 states have enacted this, the Unregulated Child Custody Transfer Act, Utah, Colorado, and Washington. 3 states are considering it for their 2024 legislative season, and those are Texas, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And one thing that she noted that I thought was really impactful so far, there have been no oppositions to the hearing of or the enactment of this act. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Committee members?
Jackie, thank you. Thank you very much for this. You talk about training. Can we talk about the kind of training that you think would help families in this situation? And then do we have that in Georgia today?
I believe that we do have that. It's just the accessibility, especially for biological families who may be child welfare involved, but they haven't gone through impact training because they're not foster parents, or they haven't gone through whatever placing agency if they're an adoptive family. So if you are a family who is actively working to bring a child into your home through foster adoption, there are certain expectations that if you are a biological family who suddenly finds yourself in a situation where, to avoid being identified by Child Protective Services, you try to circumvent, they may not know about this, and most likely do not. My thought would be just making sure that TBRI training, trauma-informed training, is available. That's one of the best ones out of TCU, Texas Christian University, that we have seen as incredible support. And then leveraging, as we've heard today from a number of other speakers, making sure that the community is involved with different nonprofits, faith-based organizations, because the more we are able to surround families in crisis, we can prevent these kinds of disruptions and potentially prevent children going into the system in the first place.
Follow-up question. Is there, I don't know if you have any research on this, but if there were more post-adoptive support for families, is there any research that there anything that is tied to this or that you've read about that would indicate that the need for this transfer might be reduced? Can you speak about that and the place that post-adoptive support might play?
Yes, and to my mind and my personal and professional experience, the post-adoptive support is the area that we need most. I would say nationally, but specifically to Georgia. We have a lot of preemptive impact classes training. I know that one of our families specifically, when going through the foster care process, was allowed to choose different types of training, and one was taxes or taxing, because, and they are, she was waiting on as a single mother to be a foster to adopt type of placement. But the types of training in trauma could really be beefed up, but most especially the family that I shared about that is involved with Ignite Hope, and we're continuing to offer them support. They went to their placing agency, and their placing agency specific to adoption, and this one happened to be an international adoption. And actually, I'm going to open this back up. I want to make sure I don't forget the statistics. They had nothing in place. They did not have respite. They did not have mentor type situation. And over again, our family heard, as some of the other mentioned today, kind of, if you love them enough, once they get used to permanency idea, once this is final, it will get better. And it didn't. And the worse it got, and the more intervention that had to come from police department and then behavioral health, the more in fear they were of losing their biological children as well. And I just feel, because of our leadership in the state, because of committees like you all, asking the hard questions and doing the hard work, anything that we can do to support families, to protect children, to shut down especially that trafficking pipeline to predators, I think that's worth it, and it's a win.
And so I'm having a hard time understanding how this situation happens. So if you could just help me, because what you're saying is a parent has a child, let's say it's a biological child, and then they decide that the child needs to be rehomed, if you will. Sure. Well, why would they not call DFACS? Is there like, I'm just getting like a whole lot of, why would you use the internet to find somebody instead of calling, or I mean, and also,
for help.
right, and is it possible, can you drop I mean, I know you can do this for an infant, like you can leave an infant at safe haven, so you can leave them at a hospital or a fire department. Can I leave the 13-year-old there?
I believe it's up to a certain number of months or even weeks. For Georgia, in some states, it goes up to 18 months, but safe haven doesn't apply to older children.
And so is it that parents don't, is it punitive to call CPS and say, I can't take care of my child, they need to go somewhere else? Like, just help me understand why people are not going to the agency, like,
That would be there too.
yeah, that would be there to protect. Why is that not happening?
Well, and this is my understanding from what I learned being a part of this ULC study, and then what we've experienced within our own ministry. There are some concerns, especially if there are other children in the home, which is exactly what happened, that if you identify and go to these protective agencies, that when they realize the level of outbursts, and I think somebody mentioned earlier, it's not tantrums, it is violence, and you have other children in the home, there is a great concern and has been shown in my experience that out of wanting to protect, well, these other children might be removed. So that might be number one, in my opinion. Another is there are simply times when, after trying, and we have had other families in our organization that have reached out to different aspects, and these are different regions, so I don't know if, as far as DFACS is concerned, it's handled differently in different regions, but it sounds like it's different in metro than it is in more rural. That they didn't fit in that situation. I was told that if it wasn't outright neglect and abuse, that CPS wouldn't come in. And when that happens, because the abusing is not happening from the parent to the child, there was just documentation of the ways that the parent might have been abused or hurt, and that didn't trigger the protection of the children.
Thank you very much for that information.
Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, Jenny Lord, come on down, fresh from San Antonio.
Good morning. Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. I realize I'm one of the only things standing between you and lunch, so hopefully I'm still with me today.
You got time, you're good.
Not too hangry.
Okay, I'm live. Or hot, one of those things. All right, so thank you for having me this morning. I'm Jenny Lord, I'm the CEO of Chosen. Our agency helps children heal from trauma by strengthening their families. Our aim is to equip caregivers to be an agent of healing for their children in their homes. I am delighted to be with you today. I have been personally connected to this space for 28 years. I have a brother who was adopted actually out of Georgia foster care. He came into our home 24 years ago. So I'm not new to this space. I've also served as a foster parent myself. So I today, even though our agency helps all children and families that intersect with child welfare, I've been asked specifically to speak about post-adopt issues and post-adoption services. Bethany Christian Services, one of the largest adoption agencies in the US, did a study several years ago to look at disillusion statistics. Disillusion is when a child is rehomed, as was just previously mentioned, when an adoption falls apart and a child is no longer able to stay in that home. What they found is that the average disillusion happens after 8 years in the home. That sounds shocking. However, it is not, and I'm going to help you understand why. So I think it's really important. One of the things that Lynn said earlier was trauma is no longer a buzzword. But it is extremely important to understand that every child who is part of the child welfare system has encountered trauma. They have been separated from their birth family. That's a loss that will have to be grieved at some point in that child's life. Even if they entered the system as an infant, even from birth, there was probably some exposure in the womb, which is traumatic and has consequences for the lifetime of the child. Trauma is also developmental. What that means is that trauma behaviors emerge over the lifetime of a child. We typically see this at age 5, 8, 12, 15, and 18. Why is that? At 5 years old, a child is entering into school, and we start to see some behaviors, identity issues emerge. 8 years old, when higher level thinking is starting to happen, you might see it then. 12 years old, entering adolescence, 15, entering high school, and then 18, facing adulthood. Trauma has such an impact on a child's development, even early childhood trauma. I mentioned earlier that my brother was adopted out of foster care. We didn't know in the 90s that the first 19 months of his life before he was in our home, what had actually happened to his brain development. But when he's facing adulthood, that's actually, he's not functioning like an 18-year-old. Because of that trauma that they've experienced. So, as mentioned before, there are some current post-adopt services that are available in the state of Georgia. Most of those are focused on the physical safety of the child. I will say, earlier, Senator Robertson, he made a statement, you said, shouldn't there, this is when Wesley was speaking, shouldn't there be a continuity of policies across the system before we look at hyper-localization? And I would add to that. I would say looking at continuity of policies is not enough. We have to actually have a paradigm through which we're looking at the policies that we're making for these children. The system is designed around the welfare of children, safety, and that is essential. But you cannot discount the well-being of a child. And as we know, children are not born in isolation. Children are intended to be inside of a family. You have to look at the family system that is surrounding that child, whether it's an adoptive family, foster family, or even if it's the birth family and reuniting them. So while there are some post-adopt services in the state of Georgia, I will tell you what is not currently available or widely available. Trauma responsive parent and family coaching. We've heard today about some of the situations with raging, some of the behavioral issues, those behavioral issues that stem from the lack of secure attachment from an early childhood standpoint. That trauma responsive parent and family coaching is essential to the family's healing, as well as providing what they need for their children. Also not widely available, attachment-focused plans and techniques that parents can use with their children. Connecting, empowering, and correcting principles that de-escalate crisis, where caregivers are actually able to meet the needs of their child in the home. As well as has been stated earlier, behavioral and mental health services that are adoption competent, extremely important, which focuses on the grief and loss of the children. As an agency, we have 25 contracts that we are currently serving. 6 of those are in the post-adopt space in other states in Georgia. This is extremely important. Of those 6 contracts, that we have a 90% utilization rate, which means that we're almost maxing out what the potential of that contract is. For our foster care contracts, they're at 57%. That demonstrates the extreme need for these types of services. I'm going to read this, it's really important. According to an academic article in the Child and Family Service Journal, there's a scarcity of effective treatments that address complex developmental trauma. One reason for this scarcity is that as of this writing, the DSM-5, which is the diagnostic tool used psychologically, does not make a distinction between acute trauma and complex developmental trauma. Acute trauma is a child experiences a tornado, they experience a car accident, whereas complex developmental trauma is compounded effects of trauma over time. That's the life of the children that we're serving. Chronic sexual abuse, physical abuse, even chronic medical needs. Children and youth suffering from complex trauma most often exhibit disorders related to attachment, which affects regulation, physiology, behavioral control, cognition, and self-concept. So if you look at that list, regulation, physiology, medical, behavioral control, cognition, your ability to learn and thrive in an academic setting, these types of disorders can lead to a variety of diagnoses that need a diverse treatment plan. Most often in our space, children are being treated with a medical model where they are seeing a doctor or a therapist perhaps 1 hour a week, where the caregivers are playing a superficial role in the treatment of their child. However, key point, interventions that include caregivers are much more effective because treatment occurs in the child's environment where the challenges are actually occurring. While children may spend that hour a week with a professional, the issues that need addressing are actually happening in the home and in school. In particular, it has been noted that the relationship-based trauma can only be resolved through loving, stable relationships, such as that can be offered by a nurturing caregiver. Equipping caregivers is essential. I have been, as I said, in this space for 28 years. One of the reasons that I stay in this space is because this is not widely understood. Foster care training is not sufficient to prepare adoptive parents for what they're going to need beyond the life of the adoption date finalization. Children who have been harmed in a relationship can only heal in the context of a relationship. I'm going to tell a short story. There's been many stories today. This is actually a story from a family that we served here in Georgia, the Lincoln family. Mary and Mike became licensed foster parents in 2015. They had that desire for many years early in their marriage, and they immediately took a foster sibling group of 4. Not for the faint of heart. Shortly after that, they accepted 2 other placements. They went on to adopt 6 children in the course of a 2 years time span. Things began to go south for them just before the adoption. Though their process started in 2015, we did not start working with this family until 2021. 2 of the children from the sibling group that first entered their home began sharing some of the abuse that had happened in the home. And most of it seemed their stories centered around one of their sisters, Heather, who was 9 at the time that she entered the home. They took Heather aside and said, "Can you share more about what happens before you came to live with us?" And as she began to open up, this changed the course of their family's life forever. She began to share about the extreme sexual abuse that she had encountered. Once the police became involved, the biological father was charged with more than 12. He was charged with more than a dozen counts of aggravated sexual battery. Heather soon began to hear voices. These were the voices of her biological parents and a third perpetrator telling her to harm her parents. For safety, she moved in with an adoptive grandmother, and that she actually attempted to smother her adoptive grandmother. This is the first event that happened where she was attempting to harm other people or pets. 3 years after entering the home, things continued to escalate to the point where she had to have her first emergency mental health evaluation. This set off a number of events. So she's now 12, remember I said, where those traumatic behaviors start to emerge during adolescence, first mental health evaluation. And the Lincoln family started their long journey with Medicaid and the limitations of Medicaid. So there were, as just an example, she was required to receive 3 short-term evaluations before she was eligible for a long-term treatment plan within a system that could meet her needs. As she was in therapy, we began to understand more about the voices that she was hearing. For those of you who may not have a psychological background, that it's called dissociation. It is a survival tactic where to escape the pain that she was in, she's living in another world. That dissociation is extremely difficult to treat. And the parents had found a treatment facility and some methodologies outside the state of Georgia that were more equipped to meet her needs, but because of the limitations within Georgia, she was not allowed to receive that out-of-state care. She went on to be in dozens of facilities. The cost of her current facility, where she has been in long-term care for the last 2 years, is approximately $10,000 a month. And I wish I could tell you that that was an exceptional rate. It is not. She was forced by the state to testify against her biological father, who is now serving a life sentence in prison. While this is an extreme case, it's an important case because there are themes within it that are very consistent within the families that we serve, which is there is a lack of access to appropriate care to meet the needs of the children and families that are in the home. And as an example of that, I'll tell you that one of the things that the parents were allowed to access through the adoption assistance in the state of Georgia was they were allowed to have a security officer stationed in their home to make sure that there was safety. So imagine that you've got 6 children in the home and you've got a security officer. That in and of itself is traumatizing, that's stationed in the home. But so that was one thing that was available through adoption assistance, but the family couldn't get access to the treatment that she needed for dissociation. So, you know, there's been a lot of statistics shared today. I think it's important that you hear this, that mental health issues, 80% of children who are in foster care have mental health needs. 80%. 80% as was described earlier about, you know, our early intervention directly affects crime. 80% of the men who are in the prison system in our country spent time in foster care. So if we can focus on the early intervention and providing the families and the children what they need to heal from the trauma that they've experienced, not just be physically safe, then I think we would be winning. We must increase the support services, the funding, and the access to these vital services that can help children heal so that they do not perpetuate what has been done to them and create more cycles of trauma for future generations. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for hanging in there till the end and for making the long journey to share your story. Very impactful. Questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much. We have two people signed up to speak. I think they're together and we are getting close on time. So Carol Hill and Janet Newman, if you wanted to come on down and give us a short.
You don't want to stay up for a minute?
No, we're good. We're almost done.
Thank you so much. Working.
My name is Janet Newman. I serve as the president of board of directors for Covenant Care Services for 501c3 in the state of Georgia. We have worked for over 35 years to place children in 2-parent homes. Our commitment is that we find families for children and not children for families. So it looks a little different in a lot of ways of what we've talked about today. I'll just tell you a brief synopsis of one of the things in your packet. It talks about services for a lifetime for all of the triad. That is the adoptee, the birth parents, and the adoptive parents. And in that triad and that support for the triad, what that looks like is March of 2011, our son was placed in our care. And by July of 30th of that same year, less than 4 months, we stood in the judge's chambers in DeKalb County, and that adoption was finalized. In that scenario, you have amazing things that happen. As a new mother and father, you have much grief and trauma from the loss of 2 children and infertility, just in our story. And then you fast forward 11 years and you have these questions. You hold this child in your arm, you talk about the fact that they're fearfully and wonderfully made. You talk about the fact that they're adopted. That's part of their story. You talk about the fact that you have a kid look at you at 7 years old and he says, just remember when you say, I'm the best mom in the world, he says, no, you're the second best mom in the world. Because he's speaking about his birth mom. So there's nothing that's been held back from his story, from us to him. And in working with Covenant Care Adoptions, one of the things that happened to us about a year ago, more and more questions began to be asked. I'll tell you a story, and I'm only going to tell you this because these stories are what matters, and those are the things that stick in your head. So I reached out to Covenant Care, which we've had a long-standing relationship, obviously, of me serving on the board, because now then I'm the one needing services as an adoptive mom. What do I do? And I said, here's some questions. And so Covenant Care reaches out to his birth mom and informs her. The first question was, is he okay? First we said, yes, she's received letters and pictures for these 11 years. Yes, he is fine. He just has some questions. Do you mind contact? And through that contact, one of the things that came about was a picture that we didn't have of her. And I said, would you like a picture? And I slid it across the dinner table after the three of us sat there and we talked about the day and everything. I slid it across the picture, and an 11-year-old looks at me and he says, wow. Now she's beautiful, as is he. Clearly one of the benefits of his adoption. My husband and I are not lookers, but slid it across, he says, wow. And I said, what? He said, the question mark is gone. I said, I always wondered what she looked like. And that, y'all, is post-placement services. And so what Covenant Care is committed to is serving all parts of the triad. Yes, we're 501c3. Yes, we're faith-based. We know that everybody has to be together working to do this, because what DFACS can do some days, we can't do. We have things, what private adoption attorneys can do, we don't do. But we're in the game. We've been here. We're not going anywhere. Someone says, well, what are y'all going to do in light of the decision after the heartbeat bill? I said, we're going to keep doing what we've always been doing. We're going to keep working with members of the triad to provide safe and legal adoptions in the state of Georgia. And I'll let Carol share anything in just a minute, but I'm thankful for our staff. It's small. We serve 159 counties in Georgia. And one of those things, just from what what has been reiterated to hear over and over, is the trauma. We have on our staff, we have capable caseworkers that I'm working every day to raise more money so I can pay them more, so we can keep them. We have them covering the state. We have adoptive family caseworkers that work directly. So when these issues come up, there's mediators. And then we also have an assistant executive director who's also TBR licensed as a TBR licensed counselor. And just those things continuing to work to make sure that we keep a balance to serving all parts of the triad has been what's been a beautiful partnership, and what I'm committed and my family is committed to working forward life. And so I thank you all for thinking about it and wondering how can we do it better in the state of Georgia, because I love this state and I love its people. And I love making sure that we're protecting the rights of children and that we're providing safe and legal adoptions. She's the pretty part. I'm the real part. So I'm the executive director of Covenant Care. And, when I hear everybody talking and I hear all the things, Faith Bridge, we have partnered with you guys, adoption. Oh, okay. We've worked with adoption attorneys, things like that. So I think the main focus for me and what I want to talk to you guys about today is you hear that in the law, it states reasonable living expenses. What would you define as reasonable living expenses? That we're going to pay for your apartment the whole 9 months you're pregnant. We're going to buy you a car. We're going to hand you cash. What does that look like? It is very broad. It's extremely broad. And so what we're coming against as an agency is it's under my discretion. Well, what I have to tell you guys, I have to sleep at night. So it's policy for Covenant Care. We don't exchange money with birth moms. We don't exchange money for expectant clients. We're licensed by the state of Georgia. We get audited above and beyond from an accountant to show where our money's going, because it's people in here, it's Janet and Alan Newman, who give to Covenant Care as a nonprofit. So when I have to go talk to a donor and they say, well, where does my money go to? When I say, well, actually, we're working with an expected client or a birth mom post-placement who the reason she came to us, because we don't coerce, we don't say, oh, I'm sorry, well, we gave you, we paid for an apartment or a hotel for a month or 6 months, or whatever that is, we Ubered you to and from work, whatever that looks like. Well, when she's in the hospital and she is grieving her decision to place a child for adoption, and she looks at me and said, I can't do this. As a vetted agency, do I look at her and say, I'm sorry, you know what, we paid you $5,000, we put you up. Sorry, you're gonna have to pay that back. That is happening in the state of Georgia. You need to know that children are being brokered in the state of Georgia. Women are being poached. I think you might have asked the question, Senator, about, why are they not going to these agencies? Why are they not, they don't trust us. One person makes it look bad, and so we're all bad. And what we want to make the difference is there are people out there to trust. There are agencies out there who are vetted, who want what's best. And so my thing is, money's gonna enable, money helps, sure. I mean, if you come, you're making an adoption plan for a reason. We're not making adoption plans, are we? We're not in the foster care system for a reason. So if I'm coming for, because I have an addiction to meth, well, what's my plan? How am I gonna help? And she said, I need help, Miss Carol. Okay, sweetheart, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk alongside you and we're gonna get you into a rehab facility. She ventures off and she's homeless living in the woods. Who's going out there to serve her? We are. And so I think it's just being mindful about, yes, I agree, the laws that are in place are great. Revocation period being down to 4 days. Yes, to be able to help reasonable living expenses. That is wonderful. Those are things that we've got to do. Is there a limit for people? You know, I mean, where are we? If we're a private attorney and we can charge $70,000 for an adoption, where's that $70,000 going? I'm currently working with a family that went through another agency, $54,000. $54,000, and what does that do? There's no post-placement services for that family. So they've come to us to say, hey, can we contract with y'all? No, we don't want to contract. We don't want any of your money, because you know what? We want to make sure you're educated. We want to make sure your child has got some sort of connection. You know, when we're dealing with trauma and we're dealing with those things. And of course, our prayer is that our children never deal with anything hard or anything that's tough. But you can't promise that whether you're biological or adopted. We all got issues. Now, people probably don't want to say that, but I'll be the first to say, we cover well, but we do. So I'm sorry I was on my soapbox. I love and appreciate all of y'all very much and for what you do. There you go. You want to go to lunch?
Questions from the committee? I have a question. So you raised the issue about reasonable living expenses, and obviously having no cap presents a problem. And you know, as someone who's spent a lot of time in this arena, I do believe people are essentially buying children, and birth parents are being paid. Like it's an economy.
Yeah, well, they're searching for other states that'll pay more, or maybe they don't have a revocation.
Exactly. So in your opinion, you know, are you asking this body to consider some type of limit to what are reasonable expenses? And if so, what would that limit look like? Or are you looking for us to define that more narrowly? Like what in your experience and wisdom would help assist and address this issue? One, and B, if we did that, would that result in more women just going to another state where they have unlimited, where they can sell their baby for an unlimited amount of funds?
Right, well, I defer to legal counsel. I mean, I'm gonna say, in my opinion, is that we have had hospital social workers tell us when we come into the hospital to sign with a birth mom. Hospitals are very like, ooh, adoption, y'all can do that outside of here. Like that is too messy, we don't wanna do that. But what we wanna train people is nurses have seen women walk out with their baby and stand in the parking lot with a person, a couple, and the birth mom with her baby, and they hand the baby over and she receives an envelope. What's in that envelope? Or I've had birth moms call and say, well, I got a check for $10,000 and it's gone now.
and they have my baby and I don't know how to get in touch with them. What do I do? Well, it wasn't through us, so here we are having to navigate for other people who may have done it not as. Yes, you could think. So to answer your question, I think it would be great for us to have it be defined more, would be my suggestion.
So, just to clarify, the reasonable living expenses, that's an agency standard, that's a licensed agency, and they have people coming in at least once a year to look at their files, and they could look at their files. I mean, if people are lying and hiding things, that's kind of hard to find. Any private attorney that's paying personal expenses, it's very set out. We don't get reasonable living expenses. You can pay rent, and you can pay utilities, and you can buy food, and you can buy expenses of maternity. So I just to be clear, your issue is with agencies that are.
Well, the private attorneys have to be, does the state come in and check your records?
We're licensed, we could be disbarred.
Okay.
And,
So-
and the court can oversee.
To be clear, and I think there's a few attorneys in the room, they should show up. For there to be, there would have to be a complaint for that to be reviewed. And I think, the attorneys that I have dealt with have always been above the board, rock solid. Somebody told me the price that they paid their attorney during an adoption, and I was a little perplexed because I think I used a really good attorney and I didn't pay anywhere near that. But I think one thing we can't do is we cannot put our head in the sand and deny the fact that, Senator Jackson and Senator Robertson will always agree on a lot of things, but we both know there's a trafficking of children in the state of Georgia where people are selling babies. And sadly, in my career, and I'm sure in Chief Dekmar's career, we have come in contact with DFACS and others where sadly, women have had multiple children, and because they knew there was an opportunity to profiteer off that, whether it be because of addiction, whether it be because of abuse, whether it be because of mental illness, and this other kind of stuff. And that is something that in this whole conversation, we need to take serious as a part of it. That for us to have a good, clean system in Georgia, we have to dig the cancer out. And that does happen here, and we can't put our head in the sand and deny that.
Yeah, I would just add that for every industry that we have in Georgia, you have to turn over the rocks because there's bad behavior in many different sectors, and this is only one of them. So we just have to be sure we've got the right laws in place, and then we enforce the laws we have. Anything else? Okay, so everybody did a great job. It's 5:01, and we're going to adjourn, and there is lunch, I believe, right outside the room. Committee members, we are scheduled to do a tour of Twin Cedars. I think anybody else is welcome to join. And that's available starting at 1:30. It's officially set up for 2, but if we wanted to go a little bit early, that would be fine. Really appreciate all the great testimony today. And again, all of the materials will be available on the study committee website, I would guess, by next week. So, thank you very much for being here. We're adjourned.